it's at now. And then I also want to ask you, where do you get your morality from?
I just kind of like I was taught it.
Right.
I think a
But
lot of it is that, I mean, it's a combination of just evolutionary things.
mhm,
Like I want to survive,
mhm,
and I'm a social creature. So, so like my social like instincts are a big
right.
part of it. Like I want to please other people so that they will, let me into the group, not kick me out of the club. That's an evolutionary thing. And then my mom taught me a lot of stuff, and then
Mhm.
people around me, a lot of like people, some people on TikTok here have taught me some things, and they were like, oh, here's why this turns out to be good or bad. I'm like, oh, that's an interesting point, and I think about it,
Yeah,
and
but
then
where do
I
you think
change.
the foundation of morality came from? Because I think an
Yeah,
atheist can.
probably the evolution, that's probably the foundation one. They just like I'm saying, so like in order to survive, we have to
Yeah,
be social
survival,
creatures.
survival behavior makes sense, but not what's right and wrong. I don't really understand how you could get that from
No, that's
evolution.
that's just the foundation.
Right,
So
right.
we want other people to like us
Hmm.
because we're social creatures. We evolved that way. And in order to get other people like us, we don't want to piss them off because they
Hmm.
might not let you in the tribe. So then you have to be nice to each other. And that's just like the like most raw foundation. And as like society grows and you build on it over time after that, you like the laws change and stuff. And for a while it's like, oh, we should have slaves. And then later we're like, no, we shouldn't have. That was
That's true.
dumb. Like we kind of
That's
change as we go.
so. That's my question: is if morality is a social construct, then before slavery, before it was banned, it was okay, or is it? I think God writes it on
I,
your heart. It's not.
well, God writes in the book that it's okay.
I think He wrote it on your heart and on the heart of every man. You know what I mean? Like, you just know.
Well, but they
That's
didn't know. But back then they didn't know. Back then they thought it was good because they wrote in the Bible to have slaves.
no, that I know what you're talking about, but that's actually it's a regulation and not a condonement of slavery.
No, when he
Um,
says like go up to a city
mhm.
and tell them we're either going to kill you or turn you into slaves. Take your pick. Like he tells you to turn them into
Right,
slaves.
but that's because he had a plan. He was paving a way
Right.
for
Yeah,
Yahweh.
I understand. He had a plan, and slavery is part of the plan.
Yeah.
So like, and back
No.
then they were like, sure, yeah, we're going to do that. So it wasn't written on their hearts. So back then God hadn't written it on their hearts. So back then it was good to you. To me, like I look back from here and I would be like, yeah, I think it was bad what they were doing. They didn't know it, but I think it didn't turn out too good, and a lot of people were hurt because of it. And so I have reasons to make that bad. I've like my upbringing makes me think that bad. But for you, you have to think that back then, since God didn't write it on their hearts, in fact, He wrote on their hearts, "Go get some slaves." Then for them, it was good,
Yeah, but
right?
you understand that those people lost a war, right? So it was sort of a different kind of
Who
dynamic. And
did?
again,
Who
the world
lost the
was
war?
the people they took slave.
Oh, so if you lose, so if you win a war, you get to have slaves. See, that sounds bad to me. That goes against my morals. But maybe it's just me.
Well, they do you know what they were fighting over?
Land mostly.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like they were going into other places to wipe them out and take their land.
Mhm.
And that's just what the Bible
You
says.
have to understand that everyone back then was there was no mercy, right? There was no grace. So Jesus had not died on the cross for their sins. Yeah, it was a fallen world, to put it.
Yeah. So back then it was okay. It was good to do that stuff.
I wouldn't say that, but
But then why did God say to do it?
God had a chosen people, right? There was a
Right. It's good for the chosen people to wipe out cities or take slaves, but not for other people,
yeah,
right?
it's a hard thing to because I can't. Who am I to tell you to
Well,
explain God's?
you're a Christian. So in my view, I look back and I'd be like, I think that's bad to do. I think that's really mean. That sounds terrible. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of them. I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to be on their side. I wouldn't want to be a slave or be enslaved, right?
Hmm.
Like I don't want to be on any end of that. So
Hmm.
that all seems bad to me. But what you're saying is it seems bad to you, but you're wrong. It's actually good because God said to do it, right?
So the thing about the slavery back then, right, was it was you could pay off debts with it. It's not like modern day slavery. There was structured labor. There was guaranteed food and housing. With you could be released after a set period of years. They had human rights. Slaves had human rights back then, and they were usually captured in war, restricted, and they had humanized treatment. Um, and usually, the slavery back then was just massively different. It was regulated later on after we became more industrialized. We kind of
None of that makes it okay, though, right?
You just got to
Like,
understand that it's different from.
sure, I understand. Like, I mean, it seems the same to me. But like,
I
even
think
if it's like, no, no, no,
that seems to be
I
okay.
know that in the South in America they had slaves' quarters, but it's different. In ancient Israel, they had houses. Okay, it's still you're still enslaving somebody. I don't care if you give them a house or
No,
not.
I
Like
think it's very.
that's it's not about the housing. That's not the main problem with slavery, right?
No, I think it's very different. No, I think the fact that they have human rights and um,
Like
they
what? What are their rights?
they had a lot of human rights. They had breaks. They had they were working jobs essentially, but a lot of them had debt that they were working out of, and then once they cleared that debt, they were went back to being free. I just don't understand how you could say it's
So
wrong when.
that's just not quite true though, Quentin. So if you are a Hebrew and you
Mhm,
have another Hebrew person be your slave, that's what
mhm.
you're talking about. That's how it is. Then it's like you're paying off a debt. But if you
Yeah,
like I was saying, when you go to another city and you take them captive, that's not another Hebrew. You keep them for life. There's no debt being paid off. You just have them work for you. In fact, it says you can hand them down to your children as an inheritance,
mhm.
as property.
Yeah,
That is the type of slavery that we
yeah.
know about from the American South, right? Like that's chattel slavery.
But like I said, it's very different from modern day slavery, and I'm confused as to why, because the atheists say that, you know what I mean? But where do you get your moral standing to even say it's wrong? You know what I mean? God gave us our moral standing. How
Yeah,
could you say
yeah. I told you where mine come from.
it's
Mine
so
come from
strong?
people who taught me slavery was bad. Yours comes from someone who said slavery used to be good. That's why we disagree on this.
But how do we know it's a moral truth and not just a moral
Oh,
teaching?
yeah, I guess we don't know who's right. It's
Right.
either I'm right and slavery's bad and always was bad, or you're right and now it's bad, but it used to be fine. Like I don't know who's correct. I obviously think I'm correct because slavery is so horrific. But you think that like since slavery used to be nicer, even though they did beat their slaves and like women never went free, by the way, it was just the men that go free. And like it's not good slavery at all, but you're saying you're fine with that kind of slavery because you're a Christian or something. Like I don't, that definitely doesn't make me want to become a Christian, like that's for sure. But I also just like, yeah, we can like sit here and argue all we want about who's right, but I guess I would just try to convince you like, yeah, back then it was still bad, and you would have to convince me that back then slavery was good. But that's
Right.
going to be really hard, man.
I think it's different, man. They would let the slaves join them in celebrations. They had a right to rest. That God commanded that male and female servants shall rest as you do, meaning when you're not working, they're not working. It's not the same at all. And
Wait, they
then
have laws about how to keep your slaves in the American South too.
right,
There
but they
was
were
rules and regulations regarding
they
that.
were man, God is perfect, right? So those man-made laws are not good at all.
Does God at some point say slavery is bad?
A runaway slave has a place, like he chooses where he lives. If he runs away, you have a choice to flee an abusive master. You have the right to marry.
Wait, yeah, same with the American South.
No,
But
not the same.
what? Yeah, what's different from that? What did you say? What's the distinction?
What do you mean when they run away?
What do you think is the bad thing about the slavery that was happening like pre-Civil War? Like what was bad about that slavery? You think it was bad, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
What's the bad thing about it? For me, it's having some like owning someone as property and
Yeah,
making them work when they don't want to.
right.
and not paying them. Like that's the main thing. And then beating them too. The beating them I think is also really bad. So but that's kind of a set. Like beating anyone is bad, not just beating slaves. So
God called them not to beat them or abuse them, and not to treat them like property, but to treat them as brothers.
no, they beat them right here in the in the book. It says to. It says if you beat them, you don't get in trouble. Do you know about this?
Read it to me.
Okay, whoever strikes mother or father shall be put to death. Whoever curses individuals, quarrel. Okay, when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. So if you hit someone and they die, then you get punished.
Right.
What's the punishment? Doesn't say.
Mm-hmm.
But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. You're allowed to beat them as long as they don't die.
Like I said, that's a regulation. It's not a. It's not.
Is this yeah? Do you think this is a good regulation for slave owning?
Doesn't matter what I think. It's a regulation. It's the law of back then.
Well, I know. I just want to. I know it doesn't matter what you think. Does God think this is a good law?
I'm not sure what he thinks. I can't really say.
Well, he wrote it in the. It's in his book.
But like I said, it's a fallen
This
world.
is from God. This is directly from Moses.
Right. But like I said, it's a fallen world. The dynamics are different between humans and God. There was no mercy. There was no grace. There was no way for us to ever. So
I know all that, but Quentin, what we're talking about isn't fallen world and grace. What we're saying is, I think this is a bad law. Mm-hmm. You have no stance. So you're asking me, where do you get your morals from? Stance. Well, then what is it?
I think that slavery is wrong. But like I said,
no. Do you think that if you hit a slave with a stick and they live, and you don't get in trouble, that's a good regulation?
Well, I'm trying to tell you, the stance is something I can't even relate to it, because I don't live in a fallen world where you can't even pray to God the same way, because there's no when Jesus died on the cross, then that bridge became.
I understand. Okay, so you have no idea. So for me, that's why it's like interesting for that. You're like, well, where do you get your morals from? Because I'm like, well, my all of my upbringing, my teachers, my friends, my family, like we learn from the people around us that beating your slaves and having laws that if you beat your slave, you don't get in trouble is a bad law. You shouldn't have slaves to begin with. This is a crazy law. And I would say this is a bad rule, and whoever made this rule is bad. But God made the rule, so you don't get. So where does your morals come from? Does it come from God?
God, yeah.
So then you should say, back then, it was good that there's a rule to not punish people who beat their slaves.
I can't say what it was or what it wasn't, because I can't even fathom living in a world.
Right. But it's God's law back then. He could fathom it. So you don't have to fathom it. Right. You just kind of can close your eyes and say, yes, God says this is good, so it's good. I agree. Right? Or are you like what you're feeling is the word for what you're feeling is called moral dissonance. Have you ever heard that? So it's like it's when you feel like you're supposed to say some moral thing, like this is good or this is bad, but inside you kind of like feel like you're being torn, right? There's this tension happening inside of you. Sometimes people talk about cognitive dissonance, but there's also with moral dissonance when it's like I'm supposed to say this is good, but it feels so bad, or the other way around, something like that. And that's what you're feeling. I don't have to feel that, because my standard of morality is that all morals should be an if-then conditional statement. I have a whole thing that's written out. And for this particular, now there's some stuff that that comes up and I'm like, yeah, I don't know what the answer is. I don't know if that's good or bad. But for this one, it's pretty easy for me. And then for you, like whether or not you should be able to have slaves as property and beat them is like a tricky thing for you to figure out. It's written on your heart in one way, you were taught in another way, and then in the book, God says it a different way, and so you're kind of like not sure what to do, right?
So the thing about this is that I have to trust God, right? Because God is not cruel, right?
What? He's cruel as hell in this book. He killed 70,000 people. Remember the David story?
But you have to remember that you don't know, and you have to trust him. You don't know how they died. You don't know
if they says how they died.
You don't know if they suffered. You don't know if they this, if they that. He's an all-knowing, perfect God, and Yeah, I just feel like this slavery that you
It
think you're
says he
thinking of is
poisons
completely
people.
different.
It
What
says he poisons people. It says he has humans under his command chop up babies with swords. He
when's
like
that? When does it say that?
in Samuel in the
In
Bible.
in
Now
in,
I
in
know this is all
the
Old
Lord?
Testament, and so you have this thing where it's like that's how it used to be. But I think what you have to say then is that it used to be good to do all that. He
I
does.
wouldn't say
Do you know the
good.
walls of
I
Jericho?
think that nothing there was no goodness in this world at all because there was no Jesus.
Even God.
It was there was no Jesus. God was the only
Sure,
good.
you can say God isn't cruel now. Maybe like maybe you could argue that, but back then, like if the Bible's true, he was. That's what the book. Have you read the story of Jericho where the walls fall down?
Yeah, yeah,
Did you read that one?
yeah. As a kid, I haven't read the Bible in a while.
So I also like kind of just remember that story from a kid.
Hmm.
Like
Hmm.
that's just like a known story.
Hmm.
But there's a there's an interesting ending to that story that I feel like people kind of skip over. Okay.
Hmm.
So the people shouted, and the trumpets were blown. As soon as the people heard the sound of the trumpets, they raised a great shout, and the wall fell down flat. So the people charged straight ahead into the city and captured it.
Hmm.
Now, a lot of people end right there, but there's another verse. Then they devoted to destruction by the edge of the sword all in the city, both men and women, young and old, oxen, sheep, and donkeys. They killed all the old and young people. This is all by God's command.
Jericho was a terrible, terrible, sinful city.
Right.
That's what the Bible describes it. That um, there was no hope for Jericho. Basically, it
Yeah.
was
So if there's no hope for a city, in your view, according to your moral standard, because it's God, then you can chop up the infants.
no. I think what God was so angry, right? That he didn't
Yeah.
want anything living, not even
Yeah.
the animals.
If God's angry enough, then you're supposed to cut infants up. So in my moral standard, no matter how
If God
angry
commands
any
that,
God is, we would say don't cut babies into pieces with
yeah, right.
swords. But in yours is like if God gets angry enough, that's the morally good thing to do is to cut babies up with swords. That feels wrong to me, but maybe again, maybe it's just me. Maybe we agree to disagree.
Hmm. Yeah, I think if God commands it, then God commands it, and that's you have to trust Him because those babies, where did they go? Right, a
Well,
baby.
half of them went that way, and the other half of them went that way.
Ah, good point. But their spirit, where did that go?
It doesn't say.
It says heaven because there is
Where does it
a
say that?
there is a I forget the phrase. It's the age of accountability. That's what it is. You have an age of accountability, and no one knows what it is, of course.
Okay,
But
so
there's
it might so it might be two.
it might be two, it might be 18, it might be 23. We don't know.
Okay, so maybe there's like 3-year-olds in hell that got cut up by
No,
Hebrew
I doubt it.
swords.
I doubt it. I'd like to say no, and I trust that it's no, not at all.
What Bible verse has the age of accountability in it?
It won't have the age of accountability.
No, but which one does it say? There
But
is
yeah,
some
okay.
age that we don't know about. Maybe we can like get some clues.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll be like, you find out it's like puberty or something
Mm.
or stuff like that.
And
Or
also,
after they're
Jericho was a
married.
military fortress.
Huh?
And also, Jericho was a military fortress. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. And a city.
Hmm.
Yeah. Sure. Look, there was like maybe the leader of Jericho was a piece of shit, but were the 3-year-olds? I don't think so.
Uh-huh.
3-year-olds are annoying.
Wait,
I don't think
wait, sorry,
people
sorry. What did
should.
you say? You said there was 3-year-olds, or do you think they were older?
In Jericho, they're all age. It was all ages. There was probably pregnant women there.
Deuteronomy for 139.
Okay.
Your little ones who today have no knowledge of good or evil, they shall enter the promised land.
Okay. So the promised land is not heaven.
Yeah, yeah. The promised land is not heaven. This was Old
But
Testament.
let's find out what it says here. Maybe we'll get some. You're saying 129. Where are we headed? Our kindred have made our hearts melt by reporting. The people are stronger and taller than we. The cities are large and fortified up to heaven. Oh, maybe it is heaven. Oh no, they're just tall cities. We actually saw there the offspring of the Anakim. Anakim. I said to you, have no dread or fear of them. Wait, 129?
Deuteronomy 139.
Oh, 39. Sorry, I'm in the wrong section. Okay, let me go back here. So this is the penalty for Israel's rebellion. And they're saying, not one of these, not one of the evil generations shall see the good. Okay, so he's saying all the people I'm going to punish that aren't doing good, we're not going to let them. Even with me, the Lord was angry on your account, saying, you also shall not enter there. Joshua, son of Nun, your assistant, shall enter there. Encourage him, for he is the one who will secure Israel's possession of it. And as for your little ones, who you thought would become plunder, your children who today do not yet know right from wrong, they shall enter there. To them I will give it, and they shall take possession of it. But as for you, journey back into the wilderness and the direction of the Red Sea. Yeah, so this is a very different thing,
Yeah, not about
what they're
heaven.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, not about heaven. It's about the promised land for the Egyptians. Jesus receives little children into the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 18:3-6 and Matthew 19:14. For the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these. He's talking about children there.
Sorry about that. Had to,
Sorry, did you hear me there?
no.
I said, yeah. So, yeah, that was not the promised land is different from heaven. I think the promised land was for the Egyptians. They were wandering, and they wanted to go to the promised land. They didn't really get to after like 400 years. Matthew 18:3
No,
through
no, it was for the Israelites.
Israelites.
The
Yes.
Egyptians get drowned in the Red Sea. They're walking through the desert,
Yeah.
and then God gets mad at some of all the grown-ups
Yeah.
that like left from the Egyptian stuff. He kills all of them, but the young ones kind of go on and they get to go to the
What
promised land.
the 400 the 40 years that
The promised land is just like Israel.
right. Because are you talking about the ex-slaves that he freed?
And by the way, this is, even if this is about heaven, it's not, but it's very specifically talking to the Hebrew children. And so if we're talking about him when they go to the people of Jericho or the people of like the Amalekites, they're not Hebrews, so their babies for sure would go to hell. Yeah.
I can see how you'd say that. Matthew 18:3-6 and Matthew 19:14, Jesus says, the kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these, and here he's talking about little children. I'm not sure what 18:3-6 says.
Well, that's when Jesus was. That's the different time you're saying when grace had come to the world.
Yeah, but God is the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow. So I think.
Then why were you saying that the Old Testament he was different in the Old Testament?
Because the world was a different place, not God, right? The world was different. There was no mercy, there was no grace, but God will be the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
The mercy and grace are from God, not from the world.
It's from Jesus. Jesus had to die for
Jesus is God, right?
the world, right?
Is Jesus of the world or is Jesus of the God?
Let's back up. Adam sinned, and that caused a rift.
Adam's the world.
Adam is in the world.
Yeah.
Adam sinned. Adam and Eve sinned.
Yeah.
That caused a rift because God is a morally perfect God, and we can't, pray to. He can't really,
Doesn't matter why, but the world sucks now.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And then Jesus comes, and he is perfect. He's a perfect man.
He's not God.
Jesus is God in the flesh. Yeah.
He is God. So he used to be not in the flesh.
Yeah.
And then he turned. So and then he turned into a flesh. He changed into flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he was yesterday. He wasn't flesh, and then the next day he was. He's different. Yeah, but you're saying he was the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. But he used to not have a son that was flesh, and then he went to having a son.
I'm sure he was there. I'm sure he was there. There's a Trinity.
So Jesus was always flesh.
Jesus was always maybe. No, I think he was spiritually. He had his form.
Okay, so he went from being not flesh to being flesh. So he's not the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
The Holy Spirit is. God is the same. That's just kind of a Christian saying. It doesn't really say that in the Bible. It's a Christian saying that God is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
So I think you got it wrong. That is in the Bible. It's the age of accountability expression that is a Christian thing that's not in the Bible. They
That's
made that
also,
up.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
also
they
not the
they,
Bible. I
they
don't
made
think
up the
you.
age of accountability to like feel better about the babies that were getting slaughtered. But that's just a later made up thing. Anyways, hey, we have been talking for a real long time, and I have some
Yes,
other
I
guests. I
appreciate
feel like
you.
I should
I appreciate you,
move
brother.
on.
Thank you for talking to me, and thank you for being respectful.
Yeah, sorry we didn't get to like end in a great climax together here, but it's just been a while, so I have a bunch of other requests. But yeah, hey, come back some other time. Let's talk some more. Yeah, I lost your mic there at the end. Lost the mic there at the end. But you know, it was all good. Okay, let me I have a Cash App activity, and then we're on the YouTube now. Did that happen? I know. Wait, so Sarah got our YouTube up. Are they both up? I don't know which one to go. I don't know which one to go to. But hi to the tube stakes. I just have to check if on this YouTube one there are any super chats. I have to read them. I made a deal. How do I get back to that? Okay, here we go. Okay. No super chats. I don't have to read shit. Great. Okay. And then the Cash App is this book is proof of Christians are whack. Thank you, Maxon, for the Cash App. I appreciate you. And yeah, if anyone else wants to join up, feel free. Sorry, that one went on really long. He was our first guest, and I didn't realize we had a bunch of other guests pooling in here. So we'll go through a little bit quicker. Thanks for waiting. Our next guest is just a letter V. But what's funny
Yes,
is
sir.
your profile picture is the
I
letter
know.
B. Is that a
Yeah,
joke?
it was a
Oh,
typo on my part, and I
that's
just kept
funny.
it. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
funny.
Is my audio okay, sir?
Yeah.
Sure. So let me just say
What's your
I'm a
age and
Christian.
religion?
Oh, my age is mid 40s. My religion, probably progressive Christianity.
Okay. And what is that?
So I agree with you that slavery is wrong, and I think those parts should just be taken out of the Bible. So I
Sure.
disagree with the previous guest.
Should
I
I
think that's
rip it
wrong.
out?
Yes, I would be fine with you just ignoring it.
Okay.
That said, I also think that Jesus was wrong about some stuff. Like Jesus seems to think that the universe is going to end in his lifetime. And obviously, the universe did not end in his lifetime. Like he tells his disciples, some of you standing here today will see the kingdom of God come and descend from the heavens. And that doesn't happen. Jesus just gets that prophecy wrong. Then Paul comes on the scene and he makes the same mistake as Jesus.
I don't
Paul
think I've
also
gotten
said,
that far in the book yet.
oh, okay, apologies. Am I talking about something irrelevant? I'm sorry about that.
I guess I just don't know what Christianity is.
Okay, gotcha. So I think it's overlooking the mistakes of Jesus, which are many, and focusing on what he was right about.
Okay, so like cherry picking the Bible verses
Yes,
about Jesus.
yes.
Okay. And what's the why would we do that?
Well, and feel free to push back because I think that's just reasoning in general. Like I think that we get errors in scientific reasoning. We don't throw out scientific reasoning because we get some errors. We say, you know what, some of this is crap, and that's just life. And you got to proceed by trial and error in scientific reasoning. I think spiritual reasoning is the same, and this is the progressive, non-fundamentalist version. Like, yeah, sometimes Jesus was just wrong. Sometimes Paul was just wrong. Sometimes the Bible's just wrong. But everything in life is a matter of trial and error. You don't have to be
What's
completely right.
right? Like what are we listening to that like how do we
Sure,
know
sure.
what
Sure.
do
So
we
I
what are
think
we
Jesus
gaining
is
from?
sure. So I think Jesus' fundamental claim is not an ethical claim. I think it's a spiritual claim. People try to cash out what's important about Jesus into sort of like secular ethical models, like treat other people the way you want to be treated. I think that's an important ethical claim, and I think it's one of the few things Jesus got right.
I think that one's pretty lame actually.
Okay, that's fair. It may not be
Just
a
like
substantive claim.
the golden rule is just super weak of a
Sure,
rule.
sure. So I was going to contrast the trivial points that he made with the significant points. I kind of agree that's trivial. But here's something that I think
It's like
Jesus
one of the
said that's
worst rules. We talked about this not too long ago that like there's a platinum rule that's better, and then there's a
Mhm.
vibranium rule.
Okay.
If you know
Yeah,
that
I've heard of
one.
the platinum rule. I haven't heard of the vibranium rule.
I watched
But I
Wakanda
agree.
Forever last night. Adamantium had one. Oh, carbon rule was a good one too. There's different
Okay.
elements, cell rules,
Okay.
but the whole thing with the golden rule is like, if you're really in love with someone, and you want to stay
Hmm.
with them forever, but they don't love you back, you would be saying, I don't want, if I like, I don't want this person to break up with me. So then they're morally required to not break up with you, even though they don't love you. It like forces people to stay together. It's just a shitty rule. It's just not very well thought out,
Sure,
you know?
sure. Well, then maybe we can agree that Jesus could have been better off there, and maybe that's one of his partial mistakes. Probably isn't completely wrong, but maybe it could have been better. That's fair. So I
Yeah,
don't
it's
think
just like,
Jesus was right about everything. Yeah,
right. So
yeah.
why are we listening to him?
Right, because of the substantive claim that he makes when he talks about, I want my disciples to live as one and live as one because I and the Father are one. I think that's one of the few things he says that's meaningful. I think a lot
Oh,
of other
like when he
stuff he says is
claims to be
crap.
God? See, I don't think that's
No,
a good
no,
thing to do. Like claiming to
I
be
don't think
one
he
with,
claimed to be God. I don't
well,
think he claimed to be God.
he said he's one with the Father. Who's the Father?
I think the Father is God, but I don't think
Wait,
he's
which
claiming to be
God?
the Father. I
Which
think
God?
just the God of the, call it the universe.
Is it the one, is it Zeus? Or is it like
No,
Hindu? Is it the Old Testament? He's talking about the Yahweh?
I doubt it. I doubt that he was talking about Yahweh. I think he's just
You don't
saying,
think Jesus was talking about the Old Testament?
I doubt it. I mean, he does talk about the Old Testament, but he disagrees with parts of it.
Yeah, he specifically says, if you don't believe what Moses taught, how can you believe in me?
Right, right. And he's bickering with the Pharisees there, but I don't really think Jesus was all that concerned about Moses because he only quotes him like once or twice in his whole ministry. I think he's just bickering with the Pharisees there. My interpretation of Jesus is that he came to spread spiritual oneness, and it's fine if someone wants to walk in that spiritual oneness by saying, you know what, I'm going to invest my life in my community in such a way that I honor the harmony and unity of that community. I think that's a spiritually valid message. And I think what's that old saying? Love covers a
I don't know
multitude of
what
sins.
spiritually valid means. I don't know what that means.
Okay, sure, sure. So,
Is that a
um,
real
uh,
expression?
I suppose I just made it up, but here's what I might be trying to say with it. Suppose I were to ask you, do you believe that I'm conscious, or do you believe that everything is a product of your hallucination as a solipsist? Do you believe other people are automatons or have consciousness? I don't think there's a way that we could use science to solve that question. I think it's a great leap of faith that just says the world is more beautiful if other people are conscious. And when we lean into that beauty and we say, you know what, I'm going to take that leap of faith, that I'm not a solipsist. I'm not going to say that I'm the only consciousness out there. I can't prove that with science, but the world is just a more beautiful place. When I say
Can I
I am
respond to
one,
that?
sure, go ahead.
I have no idea what the fuck you just said. Like in any of that, it
Oh,
seemed
okay.
like you started to ask a question and then you answered your question and then you said something about science or something. Just I'm utterly like I was confused about what exactly Christianity is, and now I'm
Okay.
way more confused than I was before
Okay.
I started the live. That
Okay. Well,
sounded like
let
just
me let me say
complete
this.
gibberish. Hold on, I want to say a few more
Sure,
things because it's
sure.
really fun. It sounded like gibberish, like a ramble that you've thought out in your head and assembled, but you've never said out loud. And the first time saying it out
Okay.
loud, everyone was like, "What the huh?" So that's kind of where I'm at
Okay.
with it.
Okay. So let's answer it this way. Christianity is the belief that solipsism is false and that other people are conscious.
Oh, then I'm a Christian.
Okay, yes, I agree. I agree because I think that's a statement of faith, and I think that's a statement of beautiful faith. And so, yes, I would have no problem counting you as a Christian. And I don't think you have to worry about all the other stuff Jesus said, and I don't think you have to worry about the ethical
Oh, yeah,
teachings of the Old
I
Testament.
think Jesus was a monster. Yeah, I think he's the bad guy in
I
the
don't know that
story
I'd
for
go
sure.
that far, but I think he was wrong about some stuff.
Why? Just in the story, like I don't even know if Jesus was real, but in the story, it says Jesus is the God from the Old Testament who like killed people for not believing in him. I think that's really bad. So just biblically, right? Like
Sure,
I don't know
sure.
if
Yeah, he does turn
the
out to be the.
real Jesus is
Yeah.
probably a monster too, because even if he didn't really kill the people in the Old Testament like the Bible says he does, it did seem like he kind of started a cult and claimed to be one with God, which I think is kind of just a fucked up thing to do to mislead people, you know.
Sure, sure. But do you think that ancient people freely chose their beliefs while knowing their beliefs were false? Because I don't even think modern people freely choose their beliefs. I certainly wouldn't say that we choose our beliefs while knowing that they're false.
Do I choose beliefs that I know are false? No, I don't
Yeah,
think so.
right. So Jesus wouldn't be choosing beliefs that he knows are false, right? So he's just wrong.
Well,
And
no,
I
I
don't
think he
think
was
that,
lying.
I don't, not if he sincerely believed it, right?
Okay, well, he was either crazy or lying. Sure, yeah, one or the other.
And I don't have a problem calling him crazy, but I can see how if you're if you're under
He seemed like
occupation,
more of a liar. He seemed like he was a little bit of a sneaky little fuck, wasn't he? You know, he'd always
I don't see him
like
that way.
someone
I
would
see
ask
him as
something, he'd
someone.
always like answer kind of slyly and coy, like he had a
Yeah, I
martini in
mean,
his hand.
he could be an ass. I mean, he could be an ass like we can all be an ass. That said, grant assume he's twice as much of an ass as you think he is, and he told twice as many lies. Is there still something beautiful about his message of saying, "I want people to live as one, even as I and the Father live as one"? If you cash that out and you're just saying, "What is this oneness?" It's going to be a oneness of consciousness. It's not going to be a oneness of atoms bumping into each other. And if we're going to get to that oneness of
I don't know what
consciousness,
oneness of consciousness means, but like, look, my whole thing is like a lot of people had really good ideas, and we don't like. Genghis Khan had some good ideas. Genghis
yeah,
Khan promoted a meritocracy, but
I
that
did
doesn't
not know
mean
that,
that.
but that is a good idea.
But that doesn't mean we should be like, let's, you know what? Let's teach Genghis Khan as this like great moral
I
leader.
disagree. I think we
Let's
should.
follow.
I think
You think? Hold on.
I
Let me
disagree.
just to be clear. You
Okay.
think we should teach Genghis Khan as being a good moral like leader of his time?
If he made some valid points, sure. Like we teach the science that's true and discard the science that's bad. I don't have a problem teaching the Genghis Khan that's true and discarding the other. I think life is just trial and error. I don't think it's some fundamentalist all or nothing false dichotomy. So no, I don't have a problem getting spiritual values
Okay,
from
so you're
Genghis Khan.
pro
He's
Genghis
right.
Khan. That's a little bit. I mean, that's surprising, I guess, but not
If he's
totally
got some
for
valid
how much I
points.
know you. That's yes. And look,
Okay.
I'm not saying that the Bible has like complete and utter bad stuff entirely throughout. There's some stuff that like I'll read and be like, oh yeah, that seems kind of nice. You know, there's some stuff that's like that's encouraging. That seems cool, and not even like just have faith so that you can do stuff because that doesn't mean anything to me. But stuff that like explains how faith helps people, whether it's true or not, like get through hard times or something. Like I get that.
Sure, sure. So, I mean, when I was in college, I really wrestled with solipsism. Like, are other people even real? Are other people robots? Are other people automatons? And maybe you haven't, and maybe this doesn't benefit you. Point taken.
Yeah, I don't
But
care
it
at all. Yeah.
benefited me. Okay, fair enough.
Do
But
you
it
think that we
benefited
should
me
like
because
teach Christianity in schools at all? Are you into that?
no, 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 no,
Okay.
no. I'm a Democrat. I voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well,
So,
thanks. I've learned
no, sure.
nothing, but you seem like a really nice guy, and I'm glad that you're
Well,
not
thank you.
a
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good
sopapalist. Yeah.
night.
All right.
Yeah,
Take
have a
care.
good night.
If anyone in chat understood any of that, feel free to like type it out. Um, explain some of it. Maybe it's just like it was probably over my head. All right, that person didn't connect. Jace got nothing. Yeah,
Hello.
maybe it might have been too fast. Seven Rock. Wow, you're seven more than Dwayne Johnson is. That's Dwayne the Rock Johnson from pro wrestling and Moana fame.
All right. Well, good to speak with you actually.
What's your
Um,
age and
I'm gonna
religion?
try. Yeah. So 28 Christian.
What is that?
Um, in essence, uh, basically being a follower of Christ. So everything after the completion of the Bible, pretty much, Jesus' message, um, what he claimed that he was God, he died, he rose again, and he did so for the redemption
I'm not
of
trying to
our
lick my
sins.
lips at everyone. People in the chat are watching me lick my lips. I have some like I had a small piece of pizza, and there's a little bit of the sweetness of the sauce here, a sweet sauce, and I was sorry about that sound.
That's fine.
Yeah. So when you say you follow the teachings of Jesus, he didn't write any of it, right? Like in the Bible.
Yeah,
So it's kind of we're learning from what other people said Jesus said.
that was recorded about his ministry. Yeah.
Okay. And is all the stuff in the Bible like? Do you think it's all like accurate?
Yeah, basically. I think it's a record of history, prophecy, and instruction.
Okay. And so wait, why would we want to follow what Jesus did? Because some of the stuff it says he did is really bad.
What Jesus? What do you mean? You mean as in like the Old Testament stuff?
Well, yeah, this is the one that I was reading. I didn't read this out loud yet here, so I'll read it for you.
Yeah, sure.
This is Jude. This is in the New Testament.
Okay.
And Jude says, "Now I desire to remind you once and for all that Jesus saved a people out of the land of Egypt and afterward
Mm,
destroyed those who did not believe."
mm.
So, like destroying unbelievers, like if someone does that, I'm gonna be like, I'm not following you. You know what I mean?
Well,
Because
that's
I'm an unbeliever. So that
yeah, but
you
that's
know that
consistent with. Yeah, sorry, I cut you off. Go again.
I was just saying how scary it is to people like me.
Well, ultimately, it's a choice. If you choose not to believe in him, that's your choice. But you know what the consequence is, which is eternal separation from God, which is ultimately hell. It's
Well,
not
yeah,
that he wants to do
well,
that.
and I not just, he's gonna kill me though. That's what it says here, right?
Yeah.
So it's like this threat, like you do it because it's like if you don't, he's gonna fuck you up, like one of those kind of things.
Well, yeah. Basically, it's like justice system. There are rules and parameters to society, but you're free to do them if you want to. But we know there's a consequence for it.
For
Yeah.
society, yeah. Like I
Yeah.
get that because like if I punch somebody, it hurts
Yeah.
them, and so they should get compensated. There should be some like just penalty to me, or I should give them
Yeah.
money. Or like in the old days, it's just like you punch him back. Like I kind of get that even too, because it
Yeah.
hurt. It messed him up and it hurt him, and so he gets to undo that a bit. But if you
Yeah.
punch God, it doesn't hurt him. If you don't believe in God, it doesn't hurt him. Nothing hurts God. So why is he punishing us back for
Well,
things
that's
we did to
ignoring.
him?
Well, that's ignoring that, or maybe not considering that he did suffer though for us, and he took the penalty of our mistakes. If that makes sense. So, so even though we have the choice to
Did
sin,
it hurt?
what him? Of course, he bled and died on the cross, whipped,
Oh, so
flesh
Jesus,
ripped from his.
Jesus like felt pain.
Yeah, of course, his human body did, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, we
And
don't know
I'm
that
sure
that's
his
true.
spirit. What do you mean? Sorry.
He
Say
can
again.
come back to life. He can hang on a cross without pain. He can turn water to wine. Like all these things. Like we don't know
Yeah,
what
but
he.
but he humbled himself to take on the role of a servant in flesh,
Okay,
so
so
that he.
since he did
Sorry, go on.
that pain,
Yeah.
now if we don't believe in him, he can give us eternal pain.
If what? Sorry.
If we don't believe in him, he gets to kill us and give us eternal pain. I didn't ask him to do
Well,
that. I think that's kind of the weird thing. He's like, "Hey, I did this thing. Now you got
mm,
to act right." I was like, "I'm not involved in this. What are you talking about?"
yeah, but we know that, or we get told that you have two options when we reach eternity. The original plan, um, it's like when Christ came to earth as well. He established what his original intention was for all mankind, and clarified like the old laws, like the laws of Moses, gave out to the Hebrews as well.
And
Um,
did he say we're keeping all the old laws?
Say again.
Are we
No, he
keeping
said
all the old? Or he said we're
no,
getting
no.
rid of the
So he
old
says
laws?
no. He said I'm kind of paraphrasing, but I think he said along the lines of, I've not come to abolish the laws, but to fulfill them. I think, or establish them. I can't remember which one it is.
Okay, so
But
do we
like,
have?
for
Are
example,
you supposed to do the old laws still or not?
well, no,
Oh, okay. So you can kill
in
and
regard,
steal and
no,
all
no,
that
no.
stuff.
When I say no, I'm sorry. I was talking more so to do with like the ceremonial laws. But like those would only a lot of those would only apply anyway if you were
Oh, so he came and said, "I did
a
not
Jew.
come to abolish the ceremonial laws. I came to fulfill them." So what about the
No,
the
no.
like
When I
this
say
like the how
no,
do we
no.
know which laws we're supposed to do?
Yeah, so like certain laws were given specific. When I say ceremonial laws, I'm saying some of those are specifically for the Jews, right?
Well,
Like
the
the
thing is,
promise.
they're all specifically for the Jews. He had Moses tell the ancient Hebrews, "Here's the Ten Commandments. Here are the slave laws. Here's
Yeah.
like how to go to war. Here's who you can rape and murder. Here's who you can't. Those kinds of
Yeah, but
things.
the Ten
So
Commandments.
he didn't tell that
Sorry,
to
go on.
anyone else. You know what I mean? Like no one else had a Moses.
Yeah, but the Israelites were supposed to be the beacon of light to the world. And through the narrative, you can see anyway that that we
Well, they
needed
were
a savior because
conquerors, right? From the Hebrews, we need a savior because they were the biggest, most murderous group in that area at the time.
well, yeah, the Hebrews weren't pure, which is why they also needed to be saved from their own folly and their own sin because they kept breaking the covenant they had with God. And then Jesus came to fulfill that, but not only that,
The covenants they
to
broke, so they weren't murdering enough.
no, I
Well,
mean in terms
sometimes
of like
sometimes that's what it is. Yeah, like
no, I mean
God
like
would say, "Go kill all those people," and they would kill most of them, and God would be like, "You fucked up. I said kill all of them." And so sometimes it is like you're not. That's in there. Yeah, that's a real verse.
no, of course, but yeah, disobedience to God. But like the Ten Commandments, for example, the basic Ten Commandments, time and time again, the Hebrews kept messing up. Like even when they left Egypt, immediately they started, uh,
Well, they didn't have them yet.
worshiping idols and stuff. Say again.
They didn't have the Ten Commandments when they first started worshiping that idol.
Even after that,
Sure, yeah, I'm just saying the first time it's like fine because they didn't know
right?
they're not supposed to.
Yeah, but they kept denying God, so they'd
That's
see
what,
the miracle.
right,
They'd
but
see the miracle,
all the
like
other
the
people
sorry,
around didn't get the
yeah,
message, right? So like the Amalekites didn't have a Moses, right?
right.
And then instead of the saying, "Hey, here's the rules," he just
Mm.
said, "Hebrews, kill all of them. They don't know the rules. Kill them
Well,
all."
well, I'd have to do the research on it, but I can't remember what it used to be. But there was, I remember hearing or seeing something to do with like there was an establishment of like this understanding that people already had of this, to some degree. So,
What?
for
A
example,
what?
like so like hold on, so like like the story of Rahab. Do you know about that?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so when
Are they an
uh
Amalekite or
the
something?
spy, yeah, so I think that's the Jericho story. So when they entered into the spy, do you know about that? About Joshua sent the three spies into Jericho, and then
Oh
Rahab,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. So Rahab saved them, but that was after what had already happened in Exodus. But she saved them because she believed in who their God was.
Okay.
But she wouldn't necessarily know what the Ten Commandments was. But she had faith in God. Does that make sense?
No, I don't get. I don't. So so even if you don't know, you're still supposed to do stuff.
So
Is that
again,
what you're saying?
so even if you know, so for example, after Noah and basically the whole world was reset
Mm.
and then they split and then repopulated the earth, there would have been um knowledge and traditional knowledge of the story of all of that
Okay,
passed
yeah, but
down.
they don't know the Ten Commandments. That's way later.
Yeah, but that's why I said, well, maybe I didn't say this, but that's where like there's an element of grace that comes into it. Like the Israelites um were supposed to basically preach this kind of
They're
stuff. And
supposed to. Okay, so God is mad at the Israelites. You didn't preach enough. The Amalekites don't know, and since you didn't preach enough, go kill the Amalekites. That kind of a thing. Okay. I'm not sure like why we started talking about that. It doesn't seem super relevant to
I
Christianity.
can't remember either, to be honest.
But yeah, I guess we
Yeah.
were talking about like what the rules are and whether or not we're supposed to follow the rules or something. So you're saying we should follow
Kind of when the
Christians
established, I
follow
think it was like,
Jesus because he thinks we should follow some of the rules of the Old Testament.
sorry, repeat the question.
You're saying what Christianity is we follow Jesus because
Yeah.
he said we should follow some of the rules of the Old Testament, but not all of them. And we don't want to
No,
be
because
scared of him for destroying us in hell.
no, because he clarified the message. He clarified his intention.
But is it clear
Like
now what we're supposed to do and not do?
Yeah. So like
Okay.
divorce.
Where did he
Sorry,
clarify it? Where did he clarify?
in his basically in the whole of the New Testament, in his
Sure, yeah. So
ministry.
so with like slave laws, are we supposed to still have slaves or not?
No.
Where does he say that?
The hold on. Let me try and find
He's
it.
there's some,
Yeah.
I think it's in Luke when he's
Oh,
like,
for example.
as for the ancient, or not ancient, but as for the Moses's laws of slavery, we're moving on from those. We're getting rid of those. I think he says we're getting rid of them or something. I think it's in Luke.
Hold on.
Look it up.
Do you know the verse where it talks about there is no slave or Jew?
That's Paul.
No slave or yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, the New Testament.
right. So that's not what that's about. He's not saying set your slaves free.
No, but that in conjunction though. So that with I think it's the hold on, I'm trying to find it now. It's called the
Unless you're saying that like Paul right there is saying there shouldn't be Jewish people anymore. There shouldn't be Greek people anymore. There shouldn't be men or women anymore.
No, he's talking about in Christ we're all the same. We're all unified. There's no
Sure, yeah. That's what he's talking about.
hierarchy.
He's not saying it's bad to have slavery. So what's the verse where Jesus says? I think it's in Luke or something where Jesus says.
I'm trying to find the
Yeah, because that would be a big oversight if he was like, yeah, in the Old Testament God said to do slavery, but now I'm Jesus. We're going to let you know we don't do that anymore. Like if they missed that, that'd be a huge.
I think it's
biblical
I don't know
blunder.
how to pronounce it. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Slavery. It's like it sounds like the name Avery. Slavery.
Philemon. So if you go to the book, so if you go to that book,
sure.
He's talking to basically he pleads for the case of a slave and tells him as he's converted him basically to Christianity, he says to basically accept him back as a brother, not as a slave anymore, and anything that he owns, charge it back to me.
Neat. Yeah, so that's cool. So where's the verse where it says that slavery is bad?
Well, he's basically saying that you shouldn't keep a slave because otherwise, why would he be telling them?
Which verse? It's one chapter. It should be pretty easy to scan through and just find the ones like don't 20, have slaves. Okay, 20.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, brother.
Start from 18. Start from 18 if you can, please.
Sure. If he has wronged you, 17 is the beginning of the paragraph. So if you consider me your partner, welcome him as you would welcome me. If he has wronged you in any way or owes you anything, charge that to me. I, Paul, am writing this with my own hand. I will repay it. I say nothing about your owing me owing me even your own self. Yes, brother, I say nothing about your owing me even your own self.
Yeah, and sorry.
Yes, brother, let me have this benefit from you in the Lord. Refresh my heart in Christ. Confident of your obedience, I am writing to you, knowing that you will do even more than I ask, including letting the world know that Jesus Christ, Son of God, does not want anyone to ever own a slave again.
Yeah,
so 16 that part. Sorry, I misread that. That verse actually says, one more thing, prepare a guest room for me. I'm hoping through your prayers to be restored to you. Yeah, so it doesn't say slavery
16,
is bad.
sorry, I should have started from there.
Let's go back. Perhaps this is the reason he was separated from you for a while, so that you might have him back for the long term, no longer as a slave, but more than a slave, a beloved brother, especially to me, but how much more to you, both in the flesh and in the Lord.
Yeah. What translation is that, by the way?
English. That was in English. I think originally it's in Greek.
No, I mean, you know how there's different NIVs, New King James. What was the last line? Sorry, it says. It's only because mine says, "But as a fellow man and as a brother in the Lord," when it's talking about not holding him as a slave.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah,
slave, but more than a slave, a beloved brother, especially to me,
yeah.
but how much more to you, both in the flesh and in the Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's basically saying, don't keep people as slaves anymore. Hold them as a brother in Christ.
Did that feel honest?
Yeah, isn't that not what he's saying?
No, I mean, like for you to say that, did that feel honest to say that lie?
I'm trying to be honest, bro. I'm
Okay.
being serious.
It's just I have
'Cause when-
10-year-olds who lie to me all day long, and it's just so exhausting. And then to just have to come and do it here with like grown-ups is crazy. Okay, so let's look at some other words of because I think it's not very clear, and I think you know that, and I think that's why you're kind of
So
like
does he advocate for
stretching.
slavery?
Yeah, let's find those.
No, I'm asking you in that verse. Does he advocate for slavery when he says, "Do
Nope.
not hold him as a," basically
He
saying,
doesn't. He
"Don't
doesn't
hold him
say
as a slave.
we should
Keep
keep
him as a brother."
slaves. He says this one guy who's my friend, I'll pay off his debt.
But he's
Right? That's what he says.
But he's saying not to hold someone as a slave.
No,
to
he's
hold
saying
them.
not to hold this guy. Is he saying the Lord Jesus has paid off every debt of every slave? Or is he saying, can you do me a favor and let this guy go?
Well,
I'll
that's
pay
why I
his
said.
debt.
Well, that's why I tried to use it in conjunction with the other verse that talks
Yeah, so
about how
if you
in
take this
Christ.
one individual thing and try to broaden it out, it's interesting. But there are times where Paul sends messages to all slaves, where it is about all of them and not just to like this one specific one who happens to be a friend of his. Let's find that. Here's Ephesians.
What's the Ephesians?
Ephesians 6. Children, obey your parents
Yeah.
in the Lord, for this is right. Okay, I think that's a good rule.
What chapter?
Unless you, chapter 6. Honor your father and mother. This is the first commandment with a promise. So may it be well with you. Okay, so he's saying this is good. Obviously, if your parents are evil, you don't want to follow them, but I think that's kind of obvious. Fathers, do not provoke your children to anger. That's good, although I've definitely done that. It's so hard to be a parent. You say, no iPad for lying to me. I would have, like, for what you did before, I would have, like, taken your iPad away. And they'd be like, why are you ruining my life? So, like, that happens sometimes. And then in verse 5, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and trembling in singleness of heart as you obey Christ, not with a slavery performed merely for looks to please people, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from the soul. So he's saying we should obey Christ, and you should also obey your earthly masters. So slaves, do whatever the master says, just like do whatever God says.
Yeah,
right?
so he's saying, in the same sense, he also mentions when he's talking about basically obeying government authority. He's basically saying, don't be unruly.
No, he's saying slaves, obey your masters. And then he says slaves, he says to the slave masters, and masters, set the slaves free. Holy shit. This is actually interesting. No, sorry. Do the same to them. Stop threatening them. Okay, so you still keep them, just be nicer to your slaves. So they're saying, so in the New Testament, keep the slaves, but be nicer to them. Because in the Old Testament, you were really mean to slaves. Let's see what it says in Colossians. It's just like the next page over. Colossians 3. Children, obey your parents. Fathers, don't provoke. Slaves, obey your earthly masters. Kind of same thing, yeah. Whatever task you must do, work as if your soul depends on it, as for the Lord and not for humans. Since you know that from the Lord you will receive the inheritance as your reward, you serve the Lord Christ. But yeah, so it's saying like if the master says, hey, go pick all the cotton in the field, you have to do it. And then to the master, the rule is, ask nicely when you force them to do stuff. So, yeah. So to me, that sounds like slavery still. Like it's still okay to have slaves.
Well, if you're saying that, let's say you're a slave owner who quote unquote is a Christian, right? Then you'd have to apply the standard. Yeah, so you'd have to apply the standard of how you treat the slave that you have to yourself, right? So if you're a Christian, you're following Christ as a slave owner, then you'd have to be compassionate, etc.
Yeah, that's what he says here. He's like, because you have a master.
Yeah.
right? So you get to have slaves
Yeah.
because you are a slave, so you get to have slaves. It's condoning human slavery.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, let me clarify. What I was trying to say, I guess, is that
Sure, I mean, or just if
you're
you want to
talk-
switch it around, maybe you meant something else than what you said. Yeah.
no. Sorry, it's because it's more to do with when I was picturing slavery. I was picturing like
Making people like work, like forcing them to work against their will, kind of a thing. I think we lost your connection there. We're talking about the good kind. I used to know that one. That's how it starts, anyway. All right. Well, that person disconnected, but hey, we got a bunch of other guests here, anyways. Maybe we'll bring them too. Welcome in, Scribbles. What's your age and religion?
Hi, I'm JJ. I'm 18 and I'm Muslim.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming by. Nice to meet you. We're talking to Christians tonight. Sometimes on Thursdays, I run a background that says, "Go ahead, make me Muslim." You should come back on Thursday.
Oh, all right. All right. Well, you have a great day.
Peace. Okay, let's just get rid of that guy. Jason Bateman, welcome in. What's your age and religion? Holy shit, it's 8:07. That's right, everybody. Joel's not here, but in the sidecar, we've got this deep breathing motherfucker right here. It's the top of the hour. I'm Mezzo. Tonight we're having an interesting new conversation. Christianity. What does it do? Let's take it away.
Wow. That's in front of you.
Welcome in, Whale Strokes. Oh man, I feel like that would take forever. What's your age and religion?
I'm 31, Christian.
As a 31-year-old Christian, what even is it?
Okay. I believe Christianity is a way of life. It's not a religion.
Okay.
It's a way of life.
Which way is it?
The
I
one
should, I
that
should
point.
change the background. What way is which way is Christianity? And then maybe like it's you know when the scarecrow did that, like it's this way and pointed in two different directions. That'd be
Yeah,
good
right.
because everyone has like different, like they all think it's different things, you know.
Yeah.
Have the scarecrow, but it's, you know, Jesus on the cross, obviously, but he's pointing.
You
I
do
make
joke
myself
a
a
lot.
note for that.
You're right. All right. No, I said it's a way of life because, it's the one, just the way you asked, which way does it point to? It sort of points to that one that gets you to live life free of pressure of lifestyle, of societal pressures and all of that. Live above all the old evil and all the crazy things happening all around the world right now. and also live good,
Wait, so
by your next
Christians don't have like they're just like not stressed or anything?
You say what?
Yeah, like if you're a Christian, you just like it helps you not be stressed out about the world.
Of course, he uses you. You don't get to worry about it. Like, get to be anxious. If I'm expecting something, if I'm going after, something. Let's say, for example, I'm trying to like achieve something. I'm trying to go after a goal, and there's a lot of pressure on me. I don't got to think about it. I know there's someone working in the background just for me to just get it right and get it going. I just got to do my part, and he's gonna do his part. That's just it. If it don't work for me, that means it was never meant for me in the first place. But if it does work, of course, it would not be my abilities alone.
What kind of stuff does he do? What does he help you with?
Oh man, he enlightens me. He opens my mind up. I see things that I wouldn't naturally see. You know, just the way
Like
you're
X-ray vision, or do you just mean like poetically?
not poetically. Okay, now I'm going to ask you this question: do you believe in the supernatural, in the spiritual, though? Do you believe there's anything spiritual, like
Yeah, we
life
talked about that
after?
earlier today, and the guy who was explaining it like couldn't tell me what spirit was. So I don't believe in it yet. No, because I don't know what it is. But he
Of
seemed to
course.
think it was like this second brain that was like maybe in your appendix, and that when your regular brain, the one in your skull, learns
Okay.
something, it telepathically communicates to your appendix brain
Yes.
the knowledge, and then so that way when you die, your main brain in the mainframe dies, but your appendix brain lives and goes to heaven or something like that. But you lose
Okay.
all your memories, I guess it said. It was really confusing. So no, I don't think that's true. I think it's just like, maybe it has some like leftover functions, but it's mostly just like, the appendix is just like leftover evolutionary waste.
Nah, it doesn't work that way. This is it. The
That's
old
what I'm
brain.
saying.
I do tell people a lot of time that your brain is you. You are your brain. You are everything in your brain. Now, you don't get to like see the things of the spirit with your normal physical mind, with your normal physical brain, with your normal physical knowledge. It's not going to work that way. You've got to like open up your inner mind, right? In a way such that how do I put this?
Hold on a second. I got a super chat after read, and then I want to hear this. I
Okay.
don't know how much a Thai dollar is, but the Thai THB is the code for Thai money, and 349 of them are saying, "Hi Mezzo, long time stalker, first time super chatter, happy holidays, buddy." That's very nice. Yeah, I've seen you out in the window there. That's from Science Lover. Appreciate you. Stalking and doing kind of like normal stocking stuff. Stocking stuffers. That's funny. You know what we should sell? We should sell like stockings that are like Bad Bible Debates brand stockings, and like in the bottom there's a little hole like a flap, and it's like got some sneaky eyes like stalkers, like someone's stalking you, and you stuff the stalker as a stocking stuffer, right? You stuff the stalker into the stocking as a stocking stuffer. I mean, that's good. That basically sells itself. Anyways, you were talking about your brain is a mind or something.
This thing you do sometimes, it's sort of like, kills the train, the thought train, you know. A lot of things you said right now threw me. I don't
Hmm?
even know.
I think you just got a phone call or something. Sorry, I was trying to
Yeah.
understand that, but like I kind of lost my train of thought because you got a phone call in the middle of that. So you're saying you follow Jesus and you think that it's spiritual or something, and that means that you think of it with some other mind.
All right. Once you open up your mind to receive Jesus, bam, light, and that's it, you have it. It's a state of mind thing. Do you
Thanks for
understand?
getting one.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for getting one, June. I appreciate you. Okay, so you're sitting here and you're like, what even is anything? Like what even is Christianity? and then you open your mind to Jesus, and you're like, boom, now I know what it is. I get it, right? Or what,
All right.
or
Now,
like, what is like, what even? How did life start? Big mystery, right? Boom, I believe in Jesus now, and I know how life started. Like that kind of just happens.
nah, it's not like that. This is what I meant. If you choose to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and choose to serve, right? He comes into you just as light comes on once you turn on the switch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the work begins. It's a growth process. Yeah, Paul talks in the Bible about being a babe in Christ in the faith and also being
I'm
grown up.
getting deja vu.
So, so it's just like that. Like as it is right now, you've got to go through the process. Eating the meat of the word, knowing the basic foundation of how things were going and how things have been. You can't just come like boom and you get to know everything all at once. No, it don't work that
What do
way.
you know?
You got yeah. You've
Like
got to go through the
what
process.
changes in you from before to after you've accepted Jesus
Oh
into
my
your heart?
God, a lot of things changed, man. I don't even know
I'm just
how.
like, name one of them.
All right, all right. I used to like be like a very very agitated person, a very anxious person. Like every time I get to like do something, I get to is if I don't get it done perfectly, or I haven't achieved that one goal I set my mind to, I get agitated so much. I'm anxious. I'm in a conversation with friends. I don't even know how to you know my balance wasn't just there. My life was just all over the old
All right, let me
place. Like
type these down because these are interesting. So, less anxiety about
yeah,
being a perfectionist. So I'm not a perfectionist. So that doesn't really like
anxiety
and
one and two.
that
The
doesn't
things
intrigue
I
me that
did
much.
naturally,
I'm not a very anxious person. What else happened to you?
the
Maybe I want
the
one of these
natural
things.
things I couldn't do with my natural physical powers, I could do them.
What?
Um, things I couldn't do with my physical self, like things I couldn't do naturally, like I was
Like
able to
walk through
do.
walls or something, or like
Nah, not
Cyclops's
no
laser
that kind of
eyes? What
thing,
kind of?
not
What are you
that kind
talking
of
about?
stuff. All
Like
right.
what? Name a thing.
I know something like, okay, I was open to new connections, new people that opened my eyes to new ideas.
Okay,
These new
I'm
ideas.
able to meet new people. In fact, I meet new people on this app like almost every day. We had a whole bunch of people join our Discord yesterday. So I like meeting new people. That's not really difficult for me. That seems like you can do that without
Now,
Jesus.
meeting new people that meet your need, not just random people here. Get it right. Now,
What do I
I
need?
didn't say I just met people. You're missing people, random people. They could be bad people, they could be good people, but I can tell you the people that will come to you
You
will be
only
people
meet
that
good
you
people
need.
now because you're a Christian.
Yes,
Okay.
people that you need, people that is good for your soul. You can discern right who is good and who is not good for you because the world is a mixed up place. I can tell you there are demons working as humans. There are animals working as humans right there.
Well, I just met
Like,
you,
of course, she just met me, and I
so
can tell you I'm a
that was
good person.
this has been great for me. I met you, and I didn't even have to believe in Jesus. Wait, are you a demon?
Well, I'm not a demon. It's because I haven't convinced you
You're
yet
not
to believe in
convinced.
him. Yeah, exactly. It's
No,
just
but I'm
being
saying
convinced.
I'm able to meet people who are good people and aren't demons. You're the proof. I just met you.
Yes, I'm no demon, but of course, it
Right.
don't
Yeah.
mean
So
that
I'm
demons don't
able to do
exist.
that too. So I'll still write it down like meet.
Okay, right?
I'll
You've
put
been
like
meeting people.
non-demonic
Let me tell
people.
you, let me ask you this.
It's cool.
You've been meeting people. They've not been harming you, they've not been hurting you. But does that mean the world is free of criminals?
No, I don't want to meet the criminals,
Exactly. The
and I
same
don't.
way, of course. Now I can tell
Okay,
you
so
that
I'll put that.
you could be meeting, do you know
Don't
you could be
wait. Do
meeting a
you hold on? Do
criminal?
you ever meet criminals?
Man, I wouldn't because I know my God won't lead me to meet them.
Okay, yeah. So I have that. So don't meet criminals. I have that too. Okay, so far there's three things here, but these are all things that I can do without Jesus. Is there anything that only with Jesus you can do, but not without?
Of course, you
Let's
can
just
see the
maybe just
Father.
mention those ones.
You can see the Father except through Jesus
You can
because
see
it's the Son.
the who, the Fala.
The Father, yeah, the Father God, the main God, the
Oh,
one true God.
you've seen Yahweh.
Of course, I haven't met him one person. No one can. But I got access to him through Jesus.
Wait, okay, so you don't get to meet Yahweh.
Of course, we don't get to meet. He's a spiritual
Okay.
being.
Don't get to meet Yahweh. I have that too. I also don't get to meet Yahweh. You have to say something that you can do with that the only can do with Jesus. I have the same thing.
But trust me, I can tell you. If you think you can do all those things without Jesus that I mentioned, I can tell
I
you.
can. I go down the list. I'm less anxious
Course you
about being a
can.
perfectionist. I've
But
never
I
been a
can tell
perfectionist.
you,
I'm
you
fine with
can
that.
do
Hold on, I'll
them
go down the list.
way better.
Meet non-demonic people. You're non-demonic.
Okay.
Non-mnemonic. I met you. I don't meet criminals unless you're a criminal. I don't think you are. And then I don't get to meet Yahweh. Yeah,
What if
so
I
far we're
am? What
tied.
if I'm a criminal? What if I am?
Well, then I
What
met
if I
you. Then I met you, and I wouldn't have this one. Yeah, but then I think
am?
like, do you know yourself?
I know myself.
Yeah, so you would have
I'm
met a
the
criminal
righteousness of
too.
God in
If
Christ.
you're a criminal, you would have met a criminal too. So that would we would just cross this one off the list.
You understand exactly.
What if I'm a
But I can
criminal?
tell you.
If I'm a criminal, then you just messed this list up because you said you don't meet criminals, but you just met me.
Nah, all right. Exactly. I just met you and we just had a conversation. We just had one or two things to do
We should be
together and we
friends.
keep it that way. I don't think I want to be friends with criminals. If you are a criminal,
What do you consider
but I could be
crime?
friends with you. If you're not a criminal, I could be friends with you as a normal person, even
Like,
if you don't believe in
like
Jesus Christ.
I'll do jaywalking.
Really. I could be friends with you. I could be friends with you.
But
But trust
I
me,
only jaywalk if I'm in a hurry because I don't want to get caught for the murder I just did across the street. That's the only time.
really. You really joke a lot, Mezzo. But really, let me not really mess with my train of thought.
That's a good joke,
already-
guys. That's a solid. Should I do it one more time? Do you think that deserves another? Let me see if I have another super chat.
Ah,
We'll do
God,
it. We'll do it
Mezzo.
with the next guest since you already heard it. I'll try. I'll try and do it again, but maybe I'll make it better. Would it be better with stealing? I think it's better with murder. Okay. All right. So, do you have anything that Jesus helps you do that I can't do, or is this it?
If we see it from the humanly perspective, like the physical things, I can tell you, you can. He has already put all the abilities in you. You can do all of that. But I
Okay.
can tell you, you
I
can
don't
do
have to
them
let him in
way
my heart.
better.
Yeah, that's great.
No, you can do them way better, and you could be like way better. If you think
I
you're big
cannot
enough,
meet
if you think
criminals
you have the
better.
best of life, okay, Mezzo, humor me, right? Humor me, right? Humor me,
You're
right?
humoring me. This is
If
amazing.
right, you can get to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. If you're not like 100x times better and bigger than who you are right now, I think you should go back and leave
Do
it.
I have to take it seriously, or can I just kind of like try and do it for an experiment?
It's just a simple act. Okay, just the way
Yeah,
you
because
just,
I'll do it right now.
of course, you just have to say it and admit it, like you've accepted Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and you
Okay.
walk in His
So
precepts
so
and trust me.
so if I say so I'll say I accept, and I'm not doing it right now. I'll do it. I'll put music on it. But I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior, and I believe He died on the cross for my sins.
Exactly.
Right.
But you have to mean it, not as a joke. You got to
So,
mean it.
but that's what I don't know how to mean it because I don't believe any of that.
Exactly. It's the belief. That is the
Okay.
key.
So
The belief is the
okay.
access key.
Once you
belief is the
believe that you're already better, then you
Yeah.
start to feel better. Yeah, that's the placebo effect. We know all about that. Okay,
Nah.
maybe that's why I feel better because as an atheist, I feel a lot better, right? Like when I left Christianity and became an atheist, I felt a lot less anxious. I met less demonic people because I stopped believing in demons, right? I met less criminals because in the church, people who are going through stuff show up, and I was like, I don't have to hang out with them anymore.
Trust me.
And
Trust
I
me,
still
Miguel.
don't get to meet Yahweh though. So of the four things, that one's still the same.
To
Yeah.
live. It is possible for you to live and live a perfect life without you even getting to believe in anything. Like you just get to live normal, eat, wake up,
I
do
didn't
your
live a
job.
perfect life. I used to be a Christian.
You understand? But I can tell you, if
Plus
you
the murder
truly
jaywalking
accept-
scenario.
if you truly accept Him as your Lord and Savior, right into your heart,
Well,
a
I
lot of
did,
things
right? So when I was
deactivated.
younger, I did do that, and I really believed it. But then once I stopped believing is when my life got better. So I
How?
had the
Share
opposite.
with me. How did your life get better? Share with me,
Yeah,
for
that's what I
example.
was just saying. So like I used to believe and I accept Jesus into my heart, and I was like under the impression that there was a demonic warfare happening all around me. And even when there's like God on your side, it's like scary. Like you're anxious of it. You're worried that they're going to get your friends who don't believe in Jesus. And then once I like, and then also you're reading the Bible and there's these stories that are horrific, and you're trying to like do the mental gymnastics to like jump over the moral dissonance that you need to in order to say, yeah, it's good that God commanded the infant slaughter. Yeah, that's fine. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But inside, you're being ripped apart in your heart. And then once
All
you
right.
like
You know.
leave Christianity, I'm telling you still.
Okay. All
Once
right.
I
You
left
know that
Christianity,
there are a lot of
Whale Strokes,
misconceptions in the
you
Bible, right?
told me to tell you my testimony,
I'm
man.
listening. I'm listening. I'm
No,
listening.
you're not. You're talking.
All right. I'm gonna keep quiet
Recap
now.
recap what I said so far.
Oh my God. You didn't believe you when you believed when you were younger, you believed in Jesus Christ. But when you stopped believing, you believed like there was lesser demons working around you, you lived better, no one was gonna come after your friends. All the horrific stories and the brain gymnastics you've been doing about the old child infant killings in the Old Testament and all of that, you were free of it. And
And then when I became an atheist, I realized I don't have to do any of that anymore. That was actually a pretty good recap, guys. That was pretty good. But still, it was rude. You forgot to recap the part where you interrupted. Make sure you say, and then I interrupted you like a rude jerk. Put that in there.
come on, Mezzo. It's not for the jokes though. Let's just
You
keep it
asked for
busy.
my testimony, and then you interrupted it. What's your
Oh,
testimony? I'm just kidding.
all
I
right.
don't care. Go ahead. So yeah, that's why my atheist life got better.
Wow.
And in fact, I encourage anyone out there in the audience tonight, if you're struggling with your faith, if you're going through that experience, those mental gymnastics are wearing you down, that dissonance that you're feeling, the tension in your heart, and you're feeling this calling to leave religion, to step away from the church, to dump the book, right? And to just say, Jesus, I don't allow you to be in my heart anymore. Step away from my heart and let my heart be my own again. I encourage you right now to come forward. We'll put on a little music here.
Okay, I was going to
This
say
is your
something.
opportunity. Are you here, Will Strokes, to come forward
Yes,
about
yes,
this?
yes. I was going to say something though.
How are you
I was
feeling
going to say
today?
something though. All right. What I was going to say though was that
Mm,
as it is, there were perceptions of people in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament. Those that wrote the Bible that time, they had a certain perception of God. There
terrible.
was a certain knowledge of God at that time, that they put up. And they put all those things in writing, which brought about a lot of misconception. Thank God for Jesus Christ for coming to abolish a lot of all those things. Do you understand? Like, a lot of things that they couldn't bring. Okay, right now, in this current age,
This kind of slaps.
in this current age, right? A lot has come to our understanding. You talked about the placebo effect just the other time, right? About how you
Love that
getting to
band.
think about getting to think about something, and yes, your body just acted out, and we all understand that, right? Now thank God for science for discovering a lot of all those things. Thank God for them. But right then in the olden days, all those times, those people didn't have all those ideas. They didn't have all those knowledge. They didn't have all those technologies. They didn't have all those things. Do you understand? So they assumed
Yeah.
that anything
Hold
that
on one
happened.
second, though. Oren, what's your age and religion?
Yeah, I'm about 29. I'm a Christian.
Okay. Well, Strokes, we're going to move on to this guy. Thanks for coming by. I'm only because it was so boring and irrelevant. Oren,
Yeah, so
so you're a
I
Christian.
saw
What's
your
the? Sorry, I was just saying. What even is Christianity? Is it?
exactly that.
Great start. What was I doing? So I don't know if you're talking or not, but we haven't been able to hear you. Did you get a phone call or?
You can hear me?
There you are. You're back. Hey, yeah, you have to like.
Couldn't hear me?
No, were you talking that whole time?
Yeah.
Try again.
Yeah. So I think that Christianity is more than anything else is about a relationship with Jesus, not
Hmm.
just a set of rules or like a label.
Okay.
Letting you know that
Who's and Jesus is who?
Jesus is the Son of God,
Whoa, really?
according to the Bible,
Which God?
the
The
creator
Bible
of
God?
the universe.
The Bible God, right?
Exactly.
The Jewish God.
It-
So Christianity is you follow the son of the God from the other religion.
No,
That's cool.
it depends on the way you believe it. Because if you have the mindset you have, you can think in that direction. But if you have the mindset of the Bible, God is not just a God of the Jewish people. It's a God of everyone because He created everything,
Mm.
created everybody, all races, all colors, all tribes and religions. Whether you're a Muslim, the same God created all of us. So if you have that mindset of the
He even
Christian
creates
God,
the people who make up the wrong gods. Like he created the prophet, you know that one pedo guy? He created him in order for him to make up Islam.
yeah,
That
the
was
fact
silly.
that we have free will
That's fun. Yeah.
allows us to have a different kind of people. So you can't blame
Ah,
those on God
free
because
willy.
you have the obligation to live your life and do as you please. But
Wait,
God
sorry.
gives you
I actually genuinely zoned out for a second. We have an obligation to do as we please. Is that what you said?
exactly. You are allowed to live your life as you want,
Oh,
but
we're
God gives
allowed
you.
to. Okay, that's different. Okay. We're allowed to do whatever we want and God
It's
doesn't
the
care.
same
We know there's
thing.
no rules.
There's no there. You are brought into the world to do as you please,
Okay.
but then God gives you the guidelines. So, but He's not gonna force you to follow it. It's
Wait,
your
so
choice to decide if you're
are
gonna
we
follow
supposed
it
to
or
do
not.
what we want to do? What are we supposed to use our free will gift or are we supposed to do what God wants us to do?
You're free to do whatever you want to do. It's your
And
choice to decide if you want to do what God says you should do.
okay. So he gave us the gift of free will, but
Exactly.
he doesn't want us to use it though. He wants us to have his will.
He gives you his will, knowing fully well that this is constructive and it will help you. It's just like a creator giving you a manual and you want to act like you're smarter. You understand?
Right. So it's like uh yeah. So it's like he gives it to you as a gift.
Yeah, to help
You can
you.
do whatever you want.
You can decide to
I
do
want you
you can
but
decide if you
don't
want to
use
use it
it.
or not.
Please don't use it though. Please don't use this. But you can. But don't please. But it's fine. But please
If
don't.
you want to use it, it's your choice. If you don't want to, it's your choice. But you have to understand that there are consequences if you don't.
Right. Okay.
And it's not as a result of him being
Oren,
evil or whatever
hey
you're trying to
hey man,
instigate.
you're yelling at me.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not
I have
yelling
like
at you.
headphones on, so like maybe just this is kind of a chill live.
Yeah. We're having a true conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
that's why I
yelling
don't
at
know
all.
why you're yelling. Like if I was saying crazy things, then you could yell at me. But I think we're just
No. I'm not yelling at all.
it just
I'm
seems loud. I'll turn it down. Is he loud,
okay.
chat? One's in chat. And make sure your one is in caps so we know how loud it was. Okay, so they're saying you're loud. So just hush up a little bit, but keep talking. Okay, so you're saying we can do whatever we want, but he wants us to not do what we want and to do what he wants. Why not just have us do what he wants?
Oh, that wouldn't be the right way to do it. God created a universe and
I don't
put
think you're allowed to tell God what's right and wrong.
exactly, because you can be telling someone who created a machine that he didn't do this shit right, and he did this shit right. He was supposed to do this. He created the dumb shit.
It's
He
just
knows
so
what he did.
loud. It's just it's like hurting my head. You're giving me a headache.
Oh,
Yeah. It's this volume is really
Mezzo,
loud.
I would like to be comfortable talking if I will have to be on your live. I don't feel like I'm loud. That's the way I talk. If you
Yeah,
feel like it's
just
loud,
move the microphone farther away from your voice. Like just hold it like a foot farther away.
all right.
Am I on
How about now?
speakerphone? Oh, that's so much better.
All right, all right,
Yeah, just
all right.
back up a little bit. Okay, so what were we saying? We're talking about how God gives you free will, doesn't want you to use it. Why doesn't he just make it right? So like like for example, do bees have free will?
Bees are not intelligent creatures. They are not.
I know. So do they have free will?
I don't know how to categorize that. Bees are not parts of God's program.
How about God didn't make bees?
He made bees, but he made them for the benefit of the planet and our benefit. The
Yeah.
animals and the plants and all
Yeah.
that shit
They're just
were
robots.
for
Yeah, they just do what God wants, right?
they were for the benefit of humanity. So we were in it.
Can
I
a
don't
bee
think at
be
any
like,
point.
I don't want to benefit humanity? Can a bee do that?
I don't think so because they have
Okay.
a natural instinct to do what they do, and
Yeah. They just follow their God-given
they
instinct.
just followed.
So was it bad of him to create those creatures without free will?
No,
Does God love the bees?
definitely a creator
Okay. So then he could have done the same thing with us.
that for everything he creates purpose.
I know you're sneaking back up
And
on that microphone.
yeah, and the human creation was the primary creation. That was his jewel of his creation,
Yeah.
according to him.
I just feel like I'm gonna have to talk about this with someone else, just because it's really loud. It's too loud. It got louder, right? I know he was like, "Is this better?" And then he was like, "Bees," and came all up on it. It was a good question though. It's a like one of those questions you just want to get up on the mic about. It's too loud. Okay. This person is next. Seven Rock, you were here already, but
Oh,
we'll bring
that's
you back in a
great.
minute.
I get to have fun now with you, man. Why, supposedly, according to you, why are you a atheist? Good night.
What's your age and religion?
Bro, I don't call it Christianity. I call it the way,
Oh,
the
like Taoism?
law, the law.
Dao
Basic
Dao
instructions before you
Dao
leave
means
Earth.
way in Chinese. Did you know that?
No, I'm not Chinese. I don't speak Chinese.
No, I'm not saying you're
Sorry.
Chinese. Just the word Dao means like the way, like the path. That's what
Wow.
Taoism is about.
Sounds like I'm gonna go to Shaolin Temple this weekend. Awesome. So,
I could teach you
why?
a little Mandarin. But how old are you and what is your religion?
Well, I believe in the Most High Yahweh.
And how old
One.
is you?
Me, I am old enough to have this conversation. So let me ask you a question. Why are you
So
an
I'm
atheist?
gonna have to drop you down if you don't
Don't
tell
drop
me
me
your
because
age.
why
Just
you
say
want to
your
know my
age.
age? That sounds
It-
like pretty invasive.
Okay.
What if I
well,
don't want to share my age?
Then I'll just drop you down. See it. And if you want to come back up, just let me know your age. I have no problem talking to you. It sounds like it's going to be a fun conversation. But you just have to say your age because it's a TikTok rule. That way we know we're not talking to like minors. That's all. So if you want to come back up and just let us know that you're old enough to be here, we can have that conversation. But a lot of people come up here and they're 16, so we have to know to kick them out. You're 51. Okay, just say that. 41, sure, whatever. Okay, then come back up. It's fine. It's just the rule. people try to sneak in here.
I'm 41. Yeah, I'm old enough to have this conversation, but
Can you turn off the TV or something?
oh, it's not me. It's my baby daughter playing with her laptop or whatever, her
Oh, okay.
iPad or whatever. She's over there. So
Okay,
yeah,
it's just there's a
why
little
are you an atheist, man? I want to
I
know
guess
because
the main reason is because I don't believe in God.
but in order for you not to believe in God, it means you have to believe in something that brought you to a place where you said you don't believe in God. So being an atheist, I don't think would be the right, I guess, appropriate
Wait, can you say that one
connotation.
more time? I have to believe that something brought me to the place of not believing in God. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
I have that. Yeah,
so that
skepticism.
means that means you're not an atheist
Yeah,
because you have to believe.
skepticism brought me to the place of not believing in God.
All right, and why are you a skeptic?
I learned about it in philosophy class.
Oh, you're philosophical. All right, that's great.
I took
So,
philosophy 101. I learned about skepticism. And I was like, that's
mhm.
interesting. And then I was like, I guess I don't believe in God. Hey, that thing is too loud in the background.
That thing is my daughter, man.
No, your
What are we
daughter's
talking
fine.
about?
It's the iPad.
No, that's her singing along with whatever she's watching. Maybe
She's
I need to
cute.
step to another room.
She
Hold on,
sounds
give me a
cute.
second.
She's sweet.
Yeah.
It's the loud like bubbles and stuff.
All right. Yeah, I see you have a headphone and it kind of, I guess, goes in your head. So yeah. So what's up with this? I don't know. I mean, should I say hatred for Christianity? I don't know. Somebody made you feel bad or? Uh,
Can you say that one more time? I'm trying to
Like
understand you.
I don't
I
know.
don't get
I'm
what
I'm
the.
trying to understand because I see your live and you say what is even Christianity? Is that
Yeah, I'm
like a
just trying to
joke?
understand what it is. More about it. Yeah. Because
Have you ever?
everyone's got different opinions. So it's this one's targeted to you because you're here. What do you think Christianity is? And the last guest said something different, and the one before that said something. Everyone has a different idea of what it is,
You're
and
funny.
I just want to kind of hear about what it is. I am funny,
Well,
but that part wasn't a joke. That's true. They all said different things.
no, I know, but
Although I will say this, you of all of them so far are the most upset. Like you're the most hostile. You're the
yeah.
angriest one. Yeah.
Why do I sound hostile? Because
I
I'm
know why.
actually asking you. I want to know where your
I don't.
mind is at. I mean, I
No,
want to
there
have a
a lot of
conversation,
them were
but
doing that too. We just had better talks than this. That's all.
all right. So Christianity, what is Christianity? I mean, well, I don't believe that we are here by chance. What do you think? It was a big bang and we just came out of some kind of goo and we just, I guess, got to this point.
Yeah, maybe. Seems like it. Seems like that's possible.
I don't think
What do
that's
you think?
possible.
Someone just like
Um,
just snapped their fingers and it happened, or what?
well, I think that
I could be wrong, but I think the way you phrased it was really convincing. There's a big bang. Big Bang made goo. Goo turned into us. Like that. That seems fine. Yeah.
that's funny. Well, I think that it's impossible to have such a perfect ecosystem. Well, not perfect because everything has flaws, but to be able to have so many creatures held in this kind of I don't know. I look at it like we're like in some kind of aquarium from the in looking to the outside, and we are all stuck in here, can't go nowhere, and somebody had to create this. It's just not possible that some explosion created something so perfect, beautiful, and wicked at the same time. So I believe there's a mastermind. I believe there's a God that created all this. But apart from that, Christianity, speaking on a personal level, at some point
I know you want to change topics a little bit. Just so I want you to know, I didn't understand any of that. But go ahead.
oh, that was cool. You want me to say it all again? I could start from scratch if
No,
you
you don't.
want.
It didn't seem like relevant or anything, anyways. But what was the next
Oh,
thing you were
okay.
going to say?
Well, if that's your posture, then why would I keep speaking if it's not relevant? I'll be wasting my
I'm not
time.
sure. Like, it seems like maybe you're wasting my time, or I'm wasting your time because I can't
No,
understand you.
I think you're wasting my time. It's okay. Don't worry. You'll find somebody who'll understand at some point. I guess you'll understand when you say Yahweh for the last time.
I'll do it. I can do it right now.
Don't worry.
Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. You'll understand. You'll
Yeah,
get one shot.
I don't understand what you're talking about, but if you're saying you can't clarify in any way,
No, I
and you just
can't
have to
clarify.
resort to like, oh, you're right.
It's
Are you
just
doing? Is this a threat? You're
what's the
saying
point?
I'm gonna die eventually, so I'll get
No,
it then.
yeah, we all have to die, bro. That's
But is
something
that
that
what
is
you're saying? Like,
unavoidable.
you're like
You'll
one
get
day
it. I
you're gonna
mean,
fucking get it. Like,
no,
do
no,
you
I
mean
don't
I'll
mean it like
understand
that.
it, or I'm like I'm gonna get it? Okay, okay.
You'll
So, because some
understand
people
at that
do
point
that.
because you have questions, and it's the only way you will be able to see it because it's a spiritual thing. So you're not gonna be able to see it on a physical level because you're not opening yourself to see that. You said God doesn't exist and
I'm here
words are
asking.
powerful. You know. No,
I'm
I
here
can't
asking. What do you mean I'm not
imagine.
opening myself?
You're not asking.
How much more could I open myself to it?
I don't know, man. That's up to you. I mean, if you're not
If it's up
understanding
to
or
me,
willing
then
to
this is the
understand,
absolute most that anyone could ever open themselves up to something. I'm
no, not
doing
really.
it.
I mean, I could
Well, you said it
talk
was
to you
up to
about it, but
me.
you don't want to listen. You're like, I don't get you, bro. I don't understand. So why would
I
I
didn't
even waste my
understand what
time?
the words you were saying were just like a complete like a mumbly mess. I didn't understand them.
Maybe
Do you want to
the
maybe
language barrier
clarify?
because I'm Spanish, so I have to think in Spanish to
That might
speak
be
in
it.
English. Maybe that's I'm
That
not
might
coming
be it.
across quite strong enough for you to understand what I'm trying to say.
Let's
But
slow down a little.
all I could tell you, bro, man, God loves you, bro. Although you don't get it or you don't understand or you don't see it, hopefully at some point in your life you'll have a real encounter with Him and you'll have
So you don't have
another
anything else
chance.
to offer then? You're done?
Offer? I'm not offering nothing. Religion
Oh,
is
okay.
not an offer. God, Christianity is not something to offer. It's
Hey,
something.
Rennig Flow, why are you here?
Rain flow, no. Rengif, no,
Renhi,
no. Rengifo, but the
Renhi,
flow because of
yeah,
the flow. Rangy flow. Look,
Renhi Flow, yeah.
666. Yeah,
So
that's his
so
father.
why are you just came up here to say you can't explain it?
Yeah, I could explain it, but why try if
Okay,
you're
let's
not?
try one more. Let's try one more time. I want to try and hear it. I'll write
right.
it down. I'll write it down this time.
You'll write it down. All right,
Yeah,
that's
go
awesome.
slow.
All right, let me try. All right. To me, let me give you a summary. Atheism, yes, it's not logical. It's contradictory. It's simply a position of belief and of deities or whatever people sometimes call contradictory. It's really about challenges
Contradictory.
or contradictory.
Yeah.
It's really
What's the
about
contradiction?
challenges.
What's the contradiction
Because
of atheism?
it's just ridiculous, man. It's like
So ridiculous isn't a contradiction.
no, yeah, but
Because
it's
clowns
like
are ridiculous, but they exist.
you
Contradictions can't exist.
okay. You of course they can exist. You are one. You're sitting right here having a conversation with me.
You think contradictions can exist?
You are one. I mean, you're the contradiction of God. God created you, and you contradicting that He did not. So you are a contradiction.
Oh, I don't think
if you can't see it,
Sorry, I told you the wrong word. You don't mean contradiction. Contradictions are things that can't exist, like a married bachelor, right?
okay,
That does that.
yeah,
That's
that doesn't
impossible.
make sense. Of course.
Yeah, exactly right, like that. So, but someone who's like, oh, I don't believe in God. That isn't a contradiction. That's just someone's belief. There are people who don't believe in God.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
So I think it's just not the right word for it. You mean that I'm like contrary? I'm contrary to Christianity.
but why?
That just means like I'm like I don't believe it. I don't think it's true.
But why?
I just don't find it convincing. I don't.
What-
I also
what-
don't
what-
totally get that. There's like
So let me ask you a
that
question.
there's
What
like
do
a
you
God guy
believe
that-
in? What do you believe in? Do thy will? Do you believe in that?
What?
Do thy will?
Like are you like if you prick me, do thy not bleed? Is that I don't know what
I don't
you're
know. I
saying.
mean, do you believe in doing whatever you think you want to do, and that's it, and there's no repercussions? You
Oh no, I
you
think
know?
there's repercussions. I think there's consequences to our actions.
All right.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, like if you run out into the freeway,
yeah.
you'll probably get hit by a truck.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
If you run out into an open field full of flowers, you'll probably fuck up some flowers, but you're gonna have a wonderful time. It's gonna be beautiful, unless you have allergies. Then you're gonna have that consequence.
All right. So,
yeah.
so
Do you know anyone who doesn't think that's the case?
there's people.
That they think that if they run into the freeway, they won't die?
Yeah, I believe if you go smoke a crack pipe for the first time, you'll probably think that. Yeah, I don't know. I never smoked crack, so I don't know.
I don't know if they really believe that. I don't think like they're under an influence of some kind.
I don't know.
I bet there are Christians who think if they could run through the freeway and not get hurt. That's actually probably true.
No. That's somebody that's delusional that probably has a demonic possession and he believes it's a Christian because he was playing with the Ouija board and I don't know who knows. I don't know. But somebody that's a Christian, trust
I have
me.
a Ouija board. It's like a rug, like you dry your feet off on it. It's like a foot mat.
Oh my God, I see now where it comes. Probably where you believe. Man, I just don't even want to even
you
go.
stomp all over it and wipe your mud on it. It's like to, hey, sorry, your baby is cute, but really loud. Do you have to be near her? Like, are you the only parent there right now?
Yeah, my wife is actually at work right now.
Oh, okay.
For the
Yeah,
night.
you should
So,
go.
yeah.
You should go do some parenting then. I'm a dad too. I get it. Like when my wife's not here, I parent two kids at once. It's hard, but like you shouldn't be on the phone right now.
No, well, I guess.
Unless,
all right,
wait,
it was
do you
nice
just
talking
think,
to you.
you just
I
think
think
do thy will to do whatever you want? There's no consequences. You could.
I don't
She
know.
could be like
There's-
walking
there-
into the
there's
oven
some-
or something.
There's some people that do believe in that think that
Yeah, but you
they're
don't. You know that there's
atheists,
consequences to your
of course,
actions, and if
of
you don't
course, I
watch
was
your
ju- I
baby, she
just
might
wa-
stick her hand in an electrical socket. So stop talking to me and go take
I'm
care of your
watching her.
fucking kid.
Hey man, hey, watch your mouth, man. Like, what's wrong with you? Why
on
do you have to
speakerphone?
just speak like that, bro? Like, relax, bro.
Because I do thy wilt.
Exactly. That's why I asked the question. So now you're coming out the closet. You see, I know who you are. I know who I'm speaking to. You're just good at it. You know how
Are you
to
not
hide
supposed to swear?
No, I know. I mean, you could do whatever you want. This is your channel. I didn't care.
No, I mean like.
I'm not Hitler.
I mean, in God's world, are you not supposed to swear?
No, you could do whatever you want, man. You have free will, like the other gentleman.
No, I mean, does
said.
he want you? Are you really? Do you really not know what the fuck I mean? Are you really being that stupid?
Oh my God. Are you really that angry? And you told me in the beginning that
Yes.
I'm the
If you're
loudest
gonna
one?
like, if you're gonna
Oh my God, look.
intentionally, if you're gonna
Look,
intentionally misunderstand me, then fuck
Look.
off. Like this isn't a conversation. If you
Oh,
want to really
wow,
talk,
nice.
then respond. If you don't, fuck off.
Wow, that's the real
Yeah.
you.
Wow.
That's the
I
real,
know.
this is the real you.
It's so intense, dude. Do you want
This
to
is
talk
the
or
real
not?
you. Not really. If you're gonna speak
Okay,
to
then
me
go.
like I'm
Drop down.
Okay. Thank you. You have a great life. Oh man, you're really pissed off, little
You're
cat.
still here. Go away.
I don't know how to drop myself off. You drop
Turn
me.
your phone off.
No, that's you drop me. You be my
No, you
bitch,
got
my
it.
little bitch, and you drop me. No, man, you drop me. If not, hey, you're gonna have to listen to me.
Okay, I'll just mute you. That's fine.
Okay.
All right, you can stay up here and co-host from the muting section. It's such a like weird Christian thing when they get like cornered and they don't answer a question and you want them to, and then eventually you're like, then don't be here, and they're like, I'm not leaving. I'm staying right here. You got to put up with me. It's going to be terrible having me around. You're going to hate me. Yeah, you do suck. All right, we have that voice made me cough. It like they know it's going to be punishment. It's like, I'm going to punish you. You have to hang out with me. Isn't it going to be awful?
Which
That's
punishment,
such a
man?
funny
Are you
thing.
that stupid, man? Which punishment? Like,
You're punishing me
Listen.
by staying here.
no, I'm not punishing you. I'm just
Oh, then
in
what
shock
are you
that
doing
You're so ridiculous, man. Look, you can't even have a conversation
You're
without
in
going
shock,
to
so
insult.
you have to stay here?
Man, why would
Why-
you have
why
to?
are you st-
why would
tell
you
me why you're
use
staying here.
curse words if you listen into a
Because
little
you're a
girl in the
fucking joke.
background? You're a joke. Your channel is a joke. Your followers that are fucking yawking on your shit, they're a joke. You stupid,
Then-
bro. You're
then why
stupid
are
as
you
fuck.
here?
Like really.
You're
in
going to
real life.
swear. My 2 10-year-olds are right here on speakerphone. They can
I
hear
don't
you.
give a damn, bro. If you're gonna do it to my daughter, why would you care if I do it to yours? Like,
I don't. I think it's great, actually. I'm glad you
So?
finally did a swear. I you
you're
know what?
stupid, man.
I'm kind of. You're kind of winning me over.
You kind of.
Maybe I want to talk to you after all. I'm glad
You're
you stayed.
cuckoo,
now
dog.
that you're willing to swear, I think that's fine.
Nah, man, you're just stupid, bro. That's crazy. Like, you have no manners whatsoever. You're
That's
angry
true.
as hell. You're just.
I only get angry
disgusting.
when people
You're
like say they want to
disgusting,
have a
bro.
conversation and don't. Like you just want to
You're
talk over.
disgusting. Like, you're angry at the world and you want to swear at
Just you.
people that you don't
It's just
even
only
know,
you.
bro. You're
I had like
crazy.
12 good conversations before you got here, and then you were just annoying. That's it.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm the annoying one because I'm the one who want to confront your bullshit because you're full of shit.
Okay, here's the next super chat. It says, God works
You're
through doctors.
ridiculous.
I have to read this, but
Right.
also free will. That's $10. Thank you so much from Design Song. If you're giving super
Imagine.
chats to YouTube, I don't get that money, but it goes to a good cause, and we appreciate it. You can come off mute in a second.
What's your
it's
good
just,
cause?
It's just because the background noise is loud. You can come back up and talk to me in a second. And then someone else joined in, so thank you so much. This is the season for treason or reason. Which one is it? Anyways, it goes to the Deconstruction Junction and helps people who, when they are in need, they dish that money out to the friends and families of the community who need it. So thank you for donating to that. We appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna bring up our next guest. This should be good. Let's get someone who's a little less contentious up here.
All right, go ahead. Because I have my hands full and I can't kick myself out. Do your job.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that you can come off mute, though, because it seems like you're lying. If you can come off mute, you can leave.
I'm new to this. I don't know how to do it. What do I do? Where press?
Yeah, just turn your phone off. You just push the button on the side, and then, yeah, you just push that button on the side, and it'll drop down.
All right, got it.
Hello.
Hey, welcome in. You're our next guest. What's your age and religion?
I'm 15. I'm a Christian.
Oh man, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to be here. You're too young.
Wait.
I appreciate your honesty, though. We are 38 and up only. Let's see who our next guest is. By the way, it is just so you all know, it's not a button on the side. Like when I said it was a button on the side, that wasn't true. You did know how to leave, and you were lying, right? Oh, Vic, he left. Yeah, he did know how to leave. He did it twice now. That's a double lie. I invited him back up. Oh, that's fun, guys. That's fun. All right, well, hey, we're getting an answer about what Christianity is. It's like a lot of what we heard from that last guest. That's Christianity. Very interesting. Wales, didn't we already talk?
We did.
Oh, how was it?
Well, you felt it was soft. I wasn't hard on you. So you said with Renji.
I said what?
You said I was soft. Or the previous speakers were soft. Because you said Renji was harder on you or something.
No, I just think he's a bit misguided.
Oh, well. I feel you should not have insulted
He was annoying though, right? Did you not hear that?
I heard a lot of things he said. You know, he lashed out at some point. You know, we all have our threshold.
Yeah, I just think he's like an annoying, like kind of boring person, and like doesn't have much to offer intellectually. So when we started to like dive into any of the real conversation, he had nothing to respond with or to like talk about, and so he just kind of like this happens sometimes when you feel like your intelligence is being like challenged. You just lash out in a dumb way, and then it makes me mad. So I'm like, hey, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. You can leave. But then he was just being annoying, and then he did that thing where he's like, I'm gonna stay. You're my bitch. You have to make me drop. And then I said, no, you drop. You're my bitch. And then he did it twice. I don't think he's my bitch though. Like I don't want a bitch.
I know, right? But you should go easy on the old jokes, though. You go hard on the old joke and try to mess with people's head and all that. Try to make their points look invalid or some made up stuff. I think.
Did you think that guy? I made that guy's point seem invalid.
Man, you joke a lot, Mezzo. Everybody knows that. So
right, but with that last guest, do you think I made his point seem invalid?
Not really, really, really. Yeah. But you were really making really big jokes.
I could. There's no way I could have. He didn't have one.
You think so? Anyways,
what was his point?
Anyways, He tried
Yeah,
to say, I
no
love.
one knows. Yeah. But what's your point? Why are you back?
All right. I wanted to just clear out some things, right? I've been having some people come at me in the comment section, most especially on some particular topics, right? And I felt
Oh,
like I
sure.
could,
Here, I have a actually have a background for this.
yeah.
Hold on. Let's put this one up. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, really? How come you get all these images? Where do you get all these images from? This
I
your new
make them.
background? You
Yeah, I
make
make
them?
these. Yeah, I have a
Well,
computer. Do you have a computer?
I do have a computer.
Oh, they're amazing. Yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff.
Actually, you can do all kind of
You have
stuff.
a keyboard? You need a keyboard for the words part.
Oh, of course I do. I design too. I design too.
Well, you get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do tech stuff and all that, so I know how to do all this stuff. But now this is it. This is it, right? Mezzo, I want you to do something though. Renji asked you a question the other time, and I felt it was a big question for me though. Like there was something must have really, 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 really changed in you before you broke out
Of
of
religion?
Christianity. Yes, something must have really, really, really happened. Like it couldn't just be like the stories were just horrifying, or the biblical events were just going all crazy in your head and all that. It wouldn't just be that alone. Something had to have happened. Even if it was just stories, those stories must have touched something in you for you not to believe. There's something that affects the belief system of everybody. Like I want to believe there's a reason why you're not believing in Christ Jesus. There's a reason why you believe in something. Why do you believe in all those things?
I'm trying to understand. That was a long question. Are you asking why I don't believe in Christianity, why I do believe in atheism, or what happened to me that made me not believe in Christianity?
Good. You broke it down in three places. You can do justice to the three questions you just said.
Just what's the first one you want to do?
All right. Why did you become an atheist? What changed?
I stopped believing. So when I was young, I was indoctrinated by Christianity. My parents indoctrinated me. They just told me it was true and told me not to question it. And so out loud, I didn't question it. But inside, I was sometimes I'd be like, huh? Is this right? But then I would be like, no, not supposed to question it, not supposed to question it. And then, by the time I got to college and I wasn't like forced to go to church anymore, and I was like taking other classes. I learned about science and skepticism and philosophy, and I thought about things a bit more deeply. And I was like, oh, it's okay to question things, and if you question things and they're true, then when you question them, the answer will come back true. So I questioned it, and it didn't come back true; it came back false, and so became unconvinced. Now it took years of this. It was like a slow, gradual deconstruction process. But then, eventually I came out the other side an atheist. So it wasn't like one particular like verse in the Bible or some vision from God or Satan that I had. It was like this slow, long kind of process where all the things that I had been taught over my life started to disassemble. And it's like a house of cards kind of. So after a while, like, some kind of hold and this holds, but after a while, like the structure comes weak and then it more quickly crumbles down at the end. Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you started doing all your research, what did you discover? Please school me on one of the things you discovered about Christianity not being true, or Jesus Christ not being the true Son of God.
I just found the story unconvincing. After a while, it's like I don't think any of this is but something that happens as you like grow up and read more is you start reading about these other religions and other mythologies, and you realize like, oh, they all have stuff like this. There are all these stories about magic and how the world came to be and how we should act, and also like why does coyote have yellow eyes? Why do snakes not have feet? There are these like Etiological stories. Do you know that word? Oh, he's gone.
I'm right here.
Have you
I'm
heard the
right
word
here.
etiological?
Theological.
Or etiological? It's like the type of mythology that is like explaining some mystery of the world. So like there's one that I really like from, I want to say it's from the Diné people, more commonly known as Navajo, but Diné people, which is a like indigenous tribe here in the United States area. And they have, I think it's theirs. I could be wrong about this. It could be the Pomo. I'm actually not sure, which is racist of me. I apologize. But it is, why do coyotes have yellow eyes? It's this great story. They're like, well, a long time ago they didn't, but coyote was, playing with these birds, and the birds knew Coyote was a trickster, so they played a trick on Coyote, and they took Coyote's eyes out. In this, after this long story, they fly together and take Coyote's eyes out, and then switch it with these like tree sap. These are like rolled up balls of tree sap that were sap, so they're yellow, and that's why to this day Coyote has yellow eyes. That's an etiological story. It's like you look around and go, why do coyotes have yellow eyes? And then they kind of made up this cool mythology about why that is. Why don't snakes have feet? Well, once upon a time, there was this garden that God made, and everything was good, but the snake got in trouble because it tricked the humans. So God cursed the snake to never have feet. Like, that's an etiological story, right? Like, when I read it, it just read. So the more I read other myths, I was like, oh, it's just like the Bible. So I don't know if the Garden of Eden story is true. And then the story of Jesus falls apart, because if we don't have the Garden of Eden story, like original sin, then there's no reason for Jesus to come and do the cross thing. And once you don't have that, like it seems like that's the house of cards crumbling apart, right? The whole thing just kind of seems like, and then you start to be like, why would I believe in a miracle that was written down? If I'm going to believe a miracle happened, I need better evidence. That's like that skepticism that you learn about critical thinking and skepticism, that like no amount of writing should ever confirm a supernatural miracle. There has to be like a better type of evidence. Video maybe, but still not, right? Like it can be faked too. Like you have to like completely rule out fully nullify and rule out every single possible natural explanation before you should start looking to supernatural explanations. So then I don't believe in miracles. Well, that takes apart another card from the story. Like everything kind of crumbles apart the more you learn and think about it.
Do you believe in archaeology and philosophy?
Yes, those are fields of study. Yes.
Beautiful. And you really, really, at one point of time in your life, you've believed in one of their discoveries, right? To be true.
An
Especially
archaeological discovery?
especially the ancient ones.
I don't understand the question. Which like particular one are you talking about?
Of course. Archaeologists, they go on expeditions and they try to discover
No,
stuff.
I know what they are, but like, which one are you talking about?
That's why I'm asking you, like,
How have I ever believed that any
have you ever
archaeological
believed?
study
Yes.
happened? Yeah.
Yes. That's what I'm
Yeah.
asking you. Have you ever believed in any of
Yeah,
those?
like they found like King Tutankhamun's tomb.
Good. Beautiful. And you believed everything they found were real and they were dated, carbon dated to prove that they were really real,
I
right?
don't know, I haven't looked into it. I don't know.
Exactly. More reason why you
Exactly
should.
what?
When it comes to biblical, things, I think people always go bias and go preferential. Now, there is the secular world, the discoveries, right? You just told me you believed in a lot of secular discoveries, right? But you don't believe in the writings, like
No,
the miracles.
like Tutankhamun was an Egyptian. They had their own Egyptian religion. That's not secular.
Of course, Africans had their religions before the Western people came and brought Jesus to them. Africans
So
have
the
their own.
Egyptians, okay, I don't know what that means, but exactly.
Africans have their own root. I'm an African. I'm a Nigerian, for the record.
Oh, congratulations. That's cool. So, but what does that have to do with me thinking that they found King Tut?
Okay. Now, this is what I'm trying to say. if you can believe in archaeological discoveries, why didn't you believe that the people that researched and wrote the Bible wrote it correctly? Or all the miracles
Because
that
writing an old book isn't an archaeological discovery. Like this is going to be crazy,
right now, this
but
was not
writing up
written.
just to be clear, I want to make sure this is really clear. Writing a
Okay.
book isn't archaeology.
Of course
Did
it
you
is
know
not.
that?
Of
Oh,
course
you
it is
did know
not.
that. Okay.
Of
Well,
course
that
it
should
is not.
clear it up then. Yeah, that's why.
I just use that as an analogy, but
Did
you
you
felt like
know that a long time ago in ancient times, and actually this occasionally still happens today, that people write fictions? People write fiction
people write
stories?
fictions for sure, for sure. People write
Okay.
fictions.
So that we know for sure happens. And
Yeah.
you know that happened a lot back then. People wrote stories about gods and goddesses and all the stuff that I was talking, like all the mythology, like the
Yeah.
Iliad, right? All the Hindu Vedas, all that stuff, like Zoroastrianism. Like there's a lot of like ancient, mythological texts.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So we know that that happens back there. We know that archaeology sometimes happens. Why would any of this make me think that Christianity? Like, what are you getting to?
All right. This is what I'm trying to get through. The scrolls. There were some things called the ancient scrolls, right? Have you heard of that before?
Of ancient scrolls?
Yes. The Bible is a compilation of ancient scrolls written. They were not just some
I don't know if
fictional.
they're scrolls really. Like they aren't rolled up, but they're like some of it's on different types of materials.
I thought you dive into archaeology so much. That's why I wanted to relate archaeology
Why
to
would
those
you think I
writings.
dove into archaeology so much? You asked me if I ever believed in any single archaeology thing ever, and I came up with the most famous one of all time. I think they found King Tut.
Yes.
Like, what
Yeah.
makes you think I know anything about archaeology? Do
Oh
you know
well,
anything about archaeology?
not so much. I don't. I don't.
Okay, so
But I
let's
just
not talk. So you don't know about it, and I don't know about it. So what else
yeah.
should we talk about?
All right. I just know that archaeology. Come on, come on, come on! Don't
What
do
are you
that.
talking about?
Don't do that. There are things called the ancient scrolls, right?
Do you mean the Dead
Sometimes,
Sea Scrolls?
of course,
Okay, so
of
they're
course.
called the ancient scrolls isn't the right word for them. That's why it's confusing. The Dead Sea Scrolls are ancient and they are sort of scrolls. And they're like crumbled fragments of scriptures.
Exactly. Now, people brought this
Exactly.
thing together. They brought them together to call them the Bible, and that is what they call the
No,
Bible.
false.
You don't agree?
They found the Dead Sea Scrolls
Mm-hmm.
way after they had the Bible. They already had a Bible, and then they found Dead Sea Scrolls, and some of it was some of the stuff they had put in the Bible, and some of it was stuff that they hadn't put in the Bible. And then they adjusted some of the Bible, some of the Bibles, they updated them to say, well, these are pretty ancient. These are older than the stuff we had found before, and so let's adjust the words in the Bible to match these.
Hmm. Now, that's where I have the
This
issue
was like
come.
within the last 100 years.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
They had
You're
the
right.
Bible for longer than that.
You think so? How old is the Bible?
Exactly.
Do you think? How old is the Bible? These scrolls were compiled together to make the Bible.
So the Bible was like assembled over a long period of time,
It was
right?
assembled over a long period of time. So it's not just somebody sitting down and just thinking, over history and just, writing stuff.
Yeah.
They're ancient records of stuff that has happened in the past.
So yeah, they weren't writing the Bible when they wrote it. They were just like writing a story. And then later there was a whole bunch of stories, and people were like, we should take some of these stories and put them in an anthology. And so then they did that. And then some of them, they were like, this one's too weird. Don't put this one in. This one has Jesus as a child killing other children. We should get rid of that one. People are going to talk about that one. Let's get that one out of here. That one's no good. But this one over here seems pretty good. We'll just leave his childhood a mystery. No one's going to ever ask about it. They'll never find this. And then they found it later, but they thought they would never find it. So yeah, but then later they were like, let's make a few other changes. So it was like a few hundred years, I think, where like they were like assembling this Bible. But here's a question: who cares? What does it have to do with it being true or not?
Okay, now people often hear that books were removed or added to the Bible, right? And, you know, the reality being, less dramatic and all that. Now, this is it. No one sat down and edited the Bible and later changed it to Christianity. Nobody did that. Different traditions include and exclude some Old Testament books, not the New Testament and all that. The New Testament have been like stable since the 4th century, some sort. These were
I
the
just I
reasons.
just can't care about this.
Yeah, why, these
This
were why
doesn't
some.
none of this makes it true or false. It could have all been written on one day by one person and it could still be false, or it could be assembled later by a bunch of people and still be false. Like none of that makes it true or false.
Nah, a lot of these books were written by people that met Jesus in person and really saw these miracles happen in
I don't
person.
think that's true.
Oh, me as a Christian, I believe that is true. And if you believe in history,
Cool.
you should believe
So
that is true. If you
you
believe in
can
archaeology, you should believe that
what's
is
the
true.
archaeological evidence that says one of these books was written by somebody who met
Go to the
Jesus?
Vatican, there's a lot of archaeological
I've been there.
stuff right there. You've been
But
there. Oh, nice.
do you
Are you
think
going to tell
maybe
me?
it's possible that the people who work at the Vatican could
Mhm.
maybe be a little bit biased?
I think they may be because I
Yeah,
have
I
my
think so
own.
too. And by the way, the people at the Vatican will agree with me. They'll say we don't know who wrote the Gospels. We're not sure. The scholars agree that they are anonymously written. They are not signed, right? So they would agree with me even like, yeah, we have faith obviously, but we don't know that Matthew wrote Matthew. It doesn't say that anywhere. We just wrote that. We added that later.
Well, these are the minor issues I still have with my face, though.
Do you know what messed me up? Something that did mess me up with Matthew. I've talked about
Okay.
this before, but like he says things that he shouldn't know.
Hmm.
Like
What
if
do you mean?
Matthew hung out with Jesus, which
Yeah.
I don't know if it even says that he did, right? But he like was like walking, holding hands. They held hands back then. They walking around with Jesus, like just tickling toes with each other and stuff. They rubbed each other's feet. That was the thing they did. And then it was like, and then he did this to me. And then Jesus came up to me and the other guys and he said this, but he doesn't write it like that. You know what I mean? He says like, and then Jesus did like he writes it like the way you write a fiction. It's like once upon a time this happened, and like he writes and then an angel came to Mary and said this. Sorry, Matthew, were you in Mary's dream? Were you a personal eyewitness to Mary's dream? No, of course not. You weren't even there for when the whole manger scene happened. But he writes it like he was there. He writes it like it just happened. And then later, when it's the parts where he's supposed to be there, he writes the exact same way, like it just happened. He never is like, someone told me, an angel told Mary, or Mary told me, or any of this. It's just written like that. And so, like, to me, that's a really big clue that he made up the whole thing.
Hmm.
You
This
ever
is
think
why I
about
believe
that?
the gospel according to Matthew. Matthew, right, according to the Bible, right, he left his tax booth when he met Jesus, and ever since he's been traveling with Jesus ever since. He had a first-hand experience with him. He learned all his teachings, all his miracles, all his every damn single thing Matthew knew about it.
Where
And
when
then,
does it say that Matthew
want to talk to
did
you.
that?
yeah, do you know Matthew was also
You
called
run
Levi?
away.
But sorry, one second.
You know
Excuse me,
from
doctor. Do you not mean to be
husband.
here? Are
Eh?
you here on accident, doctor?
You run away. So don't.
I don't think he means to be here. He's like a biblical scholar. I was going to let him chime in on this. We'll just mute him up for a second. Okay. Yeah. So does Matthew ever say, and then I'm Matthew and Jesus taught me this, or what were you saying Matthew was there for?
All right. Now, the Bible, there's no place in the Bible, right, that explicitly concludes that Matthew wrote the Gospels.
Right.
There
So
is
when
no
you
place.
say in Matthew, it says that Matthew was with Jesus. Does it really
Yeah.
say that?
Yeah.
Where
They were
does it say
placing in the
that?
Bible. They were placing in
Yeah.
the Bible where Matthew met Jesus.
Yeah, where's that?
Check Matthew 9:9.
Okay. Good. Okay, Matthew 9:9. The call of Matthew. As Jesus was walking along, he saw a man called Matthew sitting at the tax collection. And he said to him, "Follow me." And he got up and followed him. I love this. I've brought this up before because Matthew's not there for the first 8 chapters of Matthew. And then when he shows up, he doesn't say, Jesus came to me. This is not an eyewitness account from the author. He says Jesus met Matthew. Now, do you think Matthew's speaking in third person like George Costanza's getting upset right here? Or do you think someone else wrote this? He's typing. He's going to find out the answer.
What you mean? All right.
Who are you asking?
Who do you think?
Jesus?
Maybe.
Dr.
Because
Simba?
I've got the Holy Spirit. I don't got to rush to answer your question, remember? I have to take my time and think. All right. You mentioned the fact that the first 8 chapters.
That was so dishonest. You're Googling it, right?
No, I'm not. You're wrong.
What are you using? Mezzo's getting upset.
Oh my God. I'm not getting upset. Does it matter what I'm using?
Did you see how that was confusing? I referred to myself as Mezzo, and you thought I was talking to you. Did you see how that was weird? It's almost like it's weird how in Matthew he referred to Matthew. It's confusing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Dr. Simba, why don't you weigh in on this? He's a professional theologian and biblical scholar.
Mezzo, did you really think, right, that Matthew really needed to be present for those things? Couldn't he have talked to eyewitness and compilers though?
Yeah, he could have absolutely done that. And if he did, he should have said that. Yeah. It's just a clue that it's a fiction because it's exactly how you write fiction. Maybe he just was like, I'm going to write this weird. And he was like, I'm going to make this avant-garde, strange diary entry here because this is going to be in the Bible and I need it to be the record. They didn't know they were writing the Bible. Remember, at the time they were just writing their own notes. So it's weird that he would have written it that way. So that's strange. That's peculiar. He also copied from Mark. He stole from Mark. Also, like, I just don't think any of this stuff is true. Walking on water, turning water to wine, these like glowing face things that Jesus is said to do. It's just so, it sounds so obviously made up to me. But I'm a skeptic, and I also probably am done explaining the same stuff over and over again to you, like, because I don't believe it. You know why I don't believe it. It's unconvincing. And then instead of trying to convince me, you just keep saying like, why else don't you believe it? Why else don't you believe it? You know, Dr. Simba, you're liking the live. You're up on the live. We've been talking to you. You're our expert theologian right here. I says he's liking the live. We're talking to you.
I was going to say this before I leave, though. I got to go prep for work.
Okay, let's get a different doctor up here. Dr. Francis, can you explain to this guy that the Bible's not true?
You remember me, right, from yesterday? You remember?
Yesterday was Thursday. Thanksgiving?
You forgot.
Were you at my grandma's house?
No, you don't remember me talking with you and the other theologian up on the three of us should have a podcast type of situation. You forgot that quick. It was literally yesterday.
Joel and I have a podcast together. If you guys want to listen to Bible debates, we
Dr.
have a link
Joel.
in bio here, and you can.
It was Joel.
Yeah.
You had too much turkey. You can't remember me.
I'm a vegetarian.
I'm a vegan. Okay.
So you understand it. Our memory is shit because we don't get enough protein.
Wow. No, I can't believe you forgot me that quick.
You know that Joel's not a real doctor.
Oh, it says Joel was hitting on her. You don't remember Joel was like saying, "Oh."
He does that. He does that to all our guests.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
So,
anyways, did you want to say what Christianity is, or did you want to prove this guy wrong?
I didn't listen to the last person. What was he saying? I just got on.
It wasn't that interesting. He was just asking me on repeat different reasons why I don't believe.
Are you serious right now? I was going to say something before I leave, though. I got to
I
go
hope
prep
it's
for.
interesting. That'd be a change up. What's that?
Of course, it's coming from the Bible. It might not be interesting to you. It's 2 Corinthians 3:6, though.
What's it say?
You check it. Just you
What page
moment.
is it on?
2 Corinthians 3:6. You read it out loud. Let
What
everybody
page is
hear
it on?
I don't know what Bible you got. It's in the New Testament. So page number might not matter, though.
Such is the confidence not that we're qualified ourselves to claim anything is coming from us. Our qualification is from God, who's made us qualified to be ministers of a new covenant, not of letter, but of spirit. For the letter kills, but the spirit gives life.
Life, yes. Yes.
That's
That was what I was going to.
so interesting. I was actually just wondering, like just the other day, I was like, does the letter kill or does the spirit kill? And who gives life between the two of them? I was just wondering that. So this is actually eye-opening.
God gives
The
life.
letter killer. You said?
I
The
said
letter
God.
killer, in this case, would just only mean that.
Anyways. All right. Well, did you have anything else to say to that, Dr. Francis? Because it's the top of the hour. That's right. Dr. Joel couldn't make it tonight, but we're still doing Bad Bible Debates. Oh, let me switch the backgrounds here. Hold on. What even is Christianity? A question that has been plaguing humanity for 70,000 years. Coming down to this moment where we'll finally reveal the answer. It's the top of the hour. Coming up next in the hot seat, we've got Mr. D with Dr. F. Gonna do a little bit of double work here because it's 9:28, the top of the hour. Mr. D, what's your age and religion?
I'm 25 and I'm Christian.
All right. And Dr. Francis, you're also 25 and also Christian, is that right?
No, I'm 54.
But you're a Christian.
5'4". Absolutely. 1,000%.
And you're 5'4"?
No, I'm 50. Yeah, I am 5'4", but I am 54 years old.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Is that true that people are the same age as their height?
No.
That make
but
me
I
only
will-
5'6".
No, I will be 55 in 6 months.
Okay. Well, you're growing. Mr. Dave, how tall are you?
6 foot.
Nice.
6'4"?
All right, so guys, what even is Christianity?
Go ahead, Mr. Dave.
So Christianity is Father, Son, Holy Spirit. One God.
Okay. I'm a father and a son, so I have that much of it going on for me. I don't know what Holy Spirit means, though. What's holy?
What do you mean? Are you asking what's the Holy Spirit or what's holy?
Like, what does holy mean?
Holy means God. Like that's an attribute of God. He's holy.
Sure. So, like, an attribute of you is that you're 6 foot. I would explain that to mean that, like, if you measure you in feet from tip to tail, there's 6 of them. That's like how I would explain that attribute. But holy, you can't just say it is an attribute. What does it mean to be holy?
To be holy means that you don't that you're good.
Okay.
It's good. Yeah.
So that's why they say that to differentiate, because the Father and the Holy Spirit, because the Father not good, because of the Old Testament. Obviously, we've all read that, and then the Holy Spirit is like, this is the good one of the three. Okay, is Jesus holy too?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So we have Jesus and the Holy Spirit, both holy. Yahweh the Father. Okay, and so those three things are Christianity.
Yeah, but I kind of disagree with your point about the Father. What do you mean he's not good?
Yahweh from the Old Testament God from the Bible, you know.
You're talking about the verses with the... In what chapter are you talking about?
Oh God, there's so many of them. I'll just read a few highlights here. God commands death to stubborn children. God removes free will and kills people. God commands infanticide. That's when you do like a genocide, but on babies. God kills 70,000 innocent people. God threatens people with baby murder and rape. God poisons people as a punishment. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them.
Well, in the New Testament, Jesus says that happened because of the hardness of their hearts, but it was not that way from the beginning.
Right, yeah, but that's why we're saying he did all the old Father God did all the bad stuff.
What do you mean?
He hardened people's hearts and sent them to war so that they would be slaughtered.
Can you show me where it says it exactly like that? Like those words you just said?
Why does it have to be those exact words? Because those would be bad?
Yeah, because God, he gave Adam and Eve a choice.
Right, but then later after the choice, there's some people where he wanted to kill them, so he hardens their heart so that they'll go to war against Israel knowing they'll just be slaughtered.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now. You're saying that he basically convinced them to go to war, basically is what you're saying.
Yeah, so that they could be killed.
But so you're against war?
Yeah, generally, yeah, I am. But also, I'm against the idea that some commanding God can change your mind by hardening your heart to send you to slaughter. He takes your free will and then sends you to be killed. Does that not seem bad to you? Does that seem good? That seems bad to me.
But again, I don't know any verse like this that you're saying.
Sure, I'll read it. It's Joshua 11, verse 20. For it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts so that they would come against Israel in battle, in order that they might be utterly destroyed and might receive no mercy, but be exterminated, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. So that's the verse.
All right, let me find this verse really quick so that I can read it and answer your...
I just read it. Were you not listening?
No, I listen, but I also want to verify it. Not saying you're a liar. I just want to read the whole thing.
No, I am a liar. That's true.
No, I never said that, bro.
No, I'm saying that. You're right to mistrust me, right, Dr. Francis? I lied to you a whole bunch yesterday.
You sure did. Bottom line is this, my opinion, while he goes.
Did you change the batteries in your thing yet?
No, sir.
I told you can't come back until you change them.
Well, I just got home.
Okay, well, go get a little step stool and pop it down and change them.
I can't reach it. My ceilings are too high. My boyfriend will do it in the morning.
You don't have a chair?
No, it's too high. I'm only 5'4".
You just stand on a chair. Do you have cathedral ceilings or something?
Can't reach. Yeah, some parts is not cathedral, but it's too high.
How high up is the smoke detector in feet?
Well, where my ladder can't reach it, I would fall over.
Okay, well, you got to change it. You can't come up here until you change it, okay?
Okay.
Because we're hearing it.
Right now, I haven't heard it for a while.
No, you tune it out when you're surrounded by it. Like
then I know I can't hear it right now.
Out. That's I heard it. So if you can just like drop down and try to figure it out, maybe get a stick to knock it down or something, and then it'll
I
be
see
fine.
now. I hear it. It's called attenuation. Why I can't hear it? You know what attenuation is, right?
Yeah. You tune it out.
Yeah, just like with the drip of the water in your house as well.
Yeah, it's also like what happens when Christians read the Old Testament. Like there's so much bad stuff. Like over time, you just start to kind of tune it out, and you read past those to get to the good. It's really it's the right word for it. This is actually a nice new metaphor. I got to email
All right, I read
Joel.
it.
Hold on a second. Let me email Joel about this. Dear Dr. Joel, Dr. Francis just came up with a great new metaphor. Sorry, I'm a bit of a slow typer.
You do remember me.
For when I just read your name right here. For when
No, I'm talking about, we
you
were talking about metaphorical things yesterday.
hold on, my wife's cute. Hold on. Sorry, I had to flirt with my wife. I'll put this in parentheses. Sorry for the delay. I had to flirt with. I spelled that wrong. With my wife. Okay. For when you. Oh, so I said that's a typo. Frio, the delay. Stupid. Okay. For when you tune out the bad stuff in the Old Testament, comma, like, what's the one we're talking about, Mr. Dave?
You were talking about Joshua 11:20.
Oh yeah, Joshua 11:20, comma. For example, it's called is how do you spell the ATTEN?
UATION.
It's called attenuation, and it's like when you tune out the smoke alarm it's not a smoke alarm detector.
Are you texting Joel right now?
If it was a smoke alarm detector, it would detect smoke alarms.
Carbon
It's just a smoke.
and
It's carbon monoxide? Oh, that explains your slow
smoke
speech.
detector, huh?
That's why you talk slow. You have a carbon monoxide leak.
No, it's because I'm laying down on my bed.
Do you feel dizzy?
Not at all.
Suspicious. Tune out the. I'm gonna put smoke detector. He'll know what it is. Smoke detector. And I'll
Hey,
just
he
put.
just ahead of
Sometimes it's CO2 detector, but you'll know what I mean. That way he does know what I mean. Okay, I'll just send him that. He'll understand this. This is going to be great. Mr. Dave, did you figure out why why God is taking their free will?
Yes, so I read the whole thing, and what I got from it was that he wasn't taking away their free will, but instead he was allowing them to be more of what they already were.
Where does it say that? That's great.
Yeah, he's saying it. That's why. Everything's in the Bible.
Dr. Francis, you're not allowed to be up here. What don't you understand about that? Okay, so what is it, Mr. Div?
Sorry, what was your question?
You said that he's letting them just be like their true self?
Yeah.
Okay, this is 11:20. So what verse says that?
Oh, if you just read the whole thing, like the whole chapter, that's my interpretation of it.
Oh, that's interesting, because I read the whole chapter, and my interpretation was that God took their free will and wanted them to be killed. So how are we going to decide who's right?
Well, have you read the whole book, or you've only read that part?
Yeah.
So if you read the whole book, you would know that God gave them 500 years to repent. Like, you do know about the Canaanites, right? What they were doing?
You're talking about the Amalekites. This isn't Joshua. These are the Canaanites.
These aren't the Canaanites?
Yeah, the 400-year one, is that the Amalekites you're talking about? Also, it doesn't matter. You can give them as many years as you want. He gave them 1,000 years before he took their free will away and had them go to war to be killed. That's fine. How many years do you think would be better? A million years? How many years is it before he takes their free will away and has them sent to be killed?
That's not my interpretation, though. Because the Canaanites, they were doing stuff that was bad.
Yeah, I know. The Canaanites suck. And that's why God takes their free will away. He hardens their hearts. What does it mean to harden someone's heart? Like, what is, maybe I don't know what that means. Should we
But
look that up, or do you have your own interpretation?
harden the hearts just means he gave them the right to act how they wanted to. He allowed them to be how they
Okay.
be.
So when your heart is hard, it means you're like, you can have whatever free will you want. Oh, hold on a second. I just got to check something here. Hey, hey, buddy, did you get my email?
No, I was trying to sleep and I was woken up by this incessant beeping. Is there some fucking beeping going on from this live?
Yeah, sorry.
I
that's
wasn't even
Dr.
in the
Francis.
goddamn live.
No, she had her microphone on. That's why I told her she's not allowed to be here until she changes the battery. She's just breaking the rules right now.
The other doctor's here. Oh, Dr. Francis, you're not supposed to be on this panel and you never texted me. So what's going on here?
But I texted you because she, in between beeps, came up with a really good new metaphor about attenuation. Do you know about attenuation, Joel? Sorry, I know you're sleeping.
Well, we're both doctors, so don't you think we would know that word, Dr. Mezzo?
She did, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. And then this is kind of embarrassing that he's just Mr. Dave. So like, not to like belittle you, but I know you're kind of like sandwiched between doctors here, and yours is just a Mr. I think you're still really smart.
We're doctors of theology, though, so it's like we might as well be misters.
Mister might be like an even higher credential than doctor of theology. Actually,
I think that might be true.
That might be a higher credential. But
Wait,
anyways,
Dr. Francis, you're a fake doctor. Did you just say?
I'm not a doctor of theology. I'm in the medical field.
She's a surgeon. Yeah.
That's
so
hot.
of theology. But Joel, I'm going to just read you this email real quick because I want to make sure you get it. It says, "Dear Dr. Joel, Dr. Francis just came up with a great new metaphor for when you," and then there's parentheses here because I had to stop writing for a while to flirt with my wife. So I say, "Sorry for the delay. I had to flirt with my wife." And then the unparentheses. Tune out the bad stuff in the Old Testament. It says, I know it's weird because the parentheses kind of mess it up, but this is a great new metaphor for when you tune out the bad stuff in the Old Testament. Like this is what Mr. Dave here is doing, is like in Joshua 11:20, for example. It's called attenuation, and it's just like when you tune out the smoke detector. Sometimes it's a CO2 detector, but you'll know what I mean. So the idea is like you're reading bad thing in the Bible, 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 and after a while you're just like you
don't hear it anymore.
Yeah, you tune that out, and you just like a rare occasional God did something nice, you catch that because it stands out from the fog of evil.
See, this is the opposite for me because I was trying to sleep. I'm like not paying. I'm not watching your live. I'm like my phone is like off, and I keep on hearing this goddamn like genocide.
No, that was just her. That's just she has a genocide alarm that she needs to change the batteries on.
Yeah, I mean, I keep hearing it. Like I'm not, unfortunately, desensitized to it yet, so it's keeping me up.
Can I ask why you weren't like? Why aren't you listening to the live though? Is this another good show?
Sleep. I was trying to. I love your live. You know, I want to be here, but I was trying to sleep. I'm going to. I work at, like, it's 12:44 here. I work at like I got to get up at 4:30.
I'm sorry.
I'm waking up with these genocide.
Wait, what time is it?
It's 12:44 a.m. in the morning. It's top of the hour. Unfortunately, it's the top of the hour. I'm trying to sleep, and Mezzo's hosting the fuck out of the show. We got Dr. Francis in the sidecar. Pastor Dave is in the hot seat. And Mezzo,
did you say Pastor Dave? Did you say Pastor Dave?
Yeah, when I was growing up, we had a Pastor Dave.
I think we did too. I think he was our youth. We had a youth pastor, Dave.
Ours was the main one. I mean, they're all over the place. I've had like 2 Pastor Daves.
Do you know that we had a Pastor Joel?
Get the fuck out of town. Actually, take it the fuck away.
It's gone. That's right, everybody. We've got Dr. Joel, Pastor Dave, Mr. Pastor, and Dr. Francesca of medical surgery in the hot seats tonight. Now, Joel, I don't want you to have to stay any later than you have to. Don't feel bad if you
No,
have to
I'm gonna
drop.
leave. But do you know that it was the Amorites that took 400 years to be ready to be genocided, which are a type of Canaanite, but not all the Canaanites.
Okay.
With the Amalekites, it was getting them back after 400 years. But in Genesis, it says the Amorites' sin is not yet in its full whatever.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Just to add it all up, you know.
So, Pastor, that's what that's about. But can you, before you go, Joel, what does it mean to harden someone's? Oh, fuck you left.
So
I'm
yeah, I
trying to-
actually had a question about that.
Yeah, to harden someone's heart, you were saying if when you harden someone's heart, you just give them the most free will they can have, right?
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And I had a question.
Can you
following that
support
up.
that biblically?
Yeah, from that same text, I can prove it. So, if hardening your hearts means that God was making them to do it, then why were they already doing it before God hardened their hearts?
Yeah. I'm just trying to look this up. I can't find anywhere where anyone has ever dared to say that hardening your heart means you have more free will. What it means is he decides for you. When you soften your heart, like they have a heart of stone, they're set in their ways. He sets them in their ways. Right? That's why in Ezekiel later he's like, I'm going to remove their heart of stone where they're set in their ways, and I'm going to give them this soft heart of flesh, you know. But let me see if does hardening your heart mean
Their own free will produces the hardening. Because think about it. Wouldn't he want to soften them to make them do that?
It says no here.
All right, so where is it on?
So let's just look at it. Let's read it one more time. The Lord said to Joshua. Okay, no, this is when they hamstring the horses. It's later. 11:20. Okay, for it was the Lord's doing to harden their hearts. So if they were doing it themselves and they were having free will, then they hardened their own heart, then that would be fine. I would be like, you have a good point. But the Lord hardens their heart. Right?
But wouldn't it be the opposite?
No, you're saying the opposite of what it really means.
Wouldn't it be that he softened their heart to believe that? Like he got into them, softening their heart to go into them? So how would it be that? In the context.
Mr. The expression hardening someone's heart means you're making the choice for them. That's just what that word means. That's what the expression means. That's what everyone has ever known it to mean, understands what it means.
Well, can I ask a question then?
Yeah.
Then if hardening their hearts means that, then how come they were already doing that?
They weren't.
Before.
They weren't going to go be executed.
Though they were fighting. Already.
He took all their kings, struck them down. Joshua made a long time war. There was not a town that made peace with the Israelites except the Hivites, the inhabitants of Gibeon. All were taken in battle, for it was the Lord's doing that hardened their hearts so they would come against Israel in battle. Yeah, all the time. It's saying the whole time that they were doing that, it was the Lord's doing. That's why they were already doing it. It said the Lord hardened their hearts to do that. They wanted more land. That was the thing. God wanted the Israelites to have more land. And so to do that, he could make his own people march out. Or he could make them just come to them, kill them off, and then they can just go get whatever land they want. I don't know. Sometimes they march out, sometimes they come to them. But the decision to do that was God's.
wait up. I'm trying to put up some verses. Can you go to Joshua 9-10?
Yep. Chapter 9, verse 10.
No, it's chapter 9 and chapter 10.
You want me to read all of chapter 9 and 10?
Yeah.
Sure, give me a minute. Give me just a minute. I'll do it quietly though.
Or just read the first verse of chapter 9.
Now when all the kings who were beyond the Jordan in the hill country and in the lowland, all along the coast of the great sea toward Lebanon, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites heard of this. That's the end of the verse. Should I keep going?
Yeah.
They gathered together with one accord to fight Joshua and Israel.
Yep.
Yeah. And then later we learn God hardened their hearts to do that.
Well, this is
so that they would all be executed.
Well, isn't this a different time?
Hold on a second.
Let me go back.
I think.
Sorry to keep you up, Joel.
Yeah, this is annoying. I think in Deuteronomy, chapter 2, it talks about how the Hebrews went to ask King Sidon of Heshbon, I believe, if they could pass through their country. And they're like, we're just going to pass through. We're not going to look to the right or to the left. Just let us pass through, and we're not going to cause you no harm. And God hardens his, I believe it says it hardens his soul or makes his heart obstinate or something like that. Is it in Deuteronomy 2?
I see the defeat of King Sihon.
Sihon, king of...
I will travel only along the road. I will turn aside neither to the right nor to the left. You shall sell me food for money, just as the descendants of Esau, until I the Lord. But he was not willing to let us pass through, for the Lord your God had hardened his spirit and made his heart defiant, in order to hand him over to you as he has done now. So they're saying they want it to be one way, but God is making King Sihon make a choice the other way.
Exactly.
Wait, which verse is that?
It's the same thing. It's Deuteronomy 2, verse what?
It's 2:30.
Yeah, so what's important here, Pastor Dave, is that this is the first time King Sihon has met these guys. They're coming to walk through, so there's nothing he could be pre-doing, that God's just letting him do. They're just coming through. They ask him to do the thing, and God wants them to actually take a break there. So he hardens the king's heart, and then the Israelites have an excuse to go kill them all and move into the town for a little bit. That's what ends up happening.
And what version of the Bible are you reading?
All of them.
We use the holy one.
Yeah.
Okay. So here are some other times where there's hard hardenings. Deuteronomy, King Sihon, Samuel, Egyptian, as the Egyptians and Pharaoh hardened their hearts, used as a warning here. God warns Israel not to harden their hearts. Let's see what that one is in Psalms. Yeah, I like, normally we don't have to look this up because no one would ever like just say something so like just wildly obviously wrong, but I think it's interesting to try to find if there's a biblical, because maybe you're right. Maybe when he was forcing the Pharaoh to do stuff, what he was really doing was forcing Pharaoh to just have more free will. It sounds counterintuitive, but let's see what this one is. Psalms 95. Low generation, the people whose hearts go astray, they do not regard my ways. I'm not seeing a hard heart here. Yeah, that might not be the right one. It mentions a heart, but not that it's hard. God makes people's eyes blind and their hearts hard. Pharaoh's heart stiffened his neck and hardened his heart. against God's prophets. Yeah, it's really consistently throughout the Bible that it's just like it means that you're, like you're stuck in your way, right? That's how, like, you're being stubborn, right?
Yeah.
And so if he's doing it and he's like, I'm making you stubborn so that you'll keep on doing that. You know what I mean? No one would say, like, I'm going to make you stubborn so that you have more free will to do whatever you want. That just doesn't make sense. It's just like a weird thing. But look, if that's the only thing tying you up, like, we can do one that's not about hard hearts. I have
Alright, for sure.
I have all these other ones. I have this whole list of irreconcilable passages. Have you read my lips? Slavery, we talked about a lot today. Death penalty, that's crazy. Let's see, let's scroll down a little here. Infanticide, we talked about. That's the removes free will. Here's this one where he threatens people. Now, I don't think threatening people is a good thing to do.
Do you have the verse?
Yeah, this is Isaiah 13:15. Let's read that one. What version do you use?
Oh, I accept most of them except for the NIV.
Oh, no, I never would read that. I have the NRSV UE. Okay, so here's 13. Now, this is this threat against Babylon. He's saying all the things he's going to do to the Babylonians. And it's going to suck. It's going to be terrible. I'm going to fuck you up. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped.
Sorry, you said 13:15, right?
Yeah. Isaiah 13:15 is where that one starts. I mean, the threat goes back farther. It's a longer threat. The day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger. That's a good one where it says God is cruel. Someone else said that he's not cruel earlier. I wish I had that verse handy. Isaiah 13:9, God is cruel. Okay, so but here it is proving it. He says, I'm going to, kill everyone with swords. Anyone who's caught will be killed by the sword. And then the babies are not only dashed to pieces, which, as I understand, is you grab the infant by their ankles and kind of like swing them down so their head hits the rocks. That's what dashing means. But not only that, but to do it before their eyes. So, like, you make the men that you're about to kill watch that before you kill them. That's extra cruel. Plus, you rape their wives.
Okay, so I have yeah, so basically to me this is a metaphor. It's not really something that happened like in real life. It's a metaphor.
The threat is a metaphor?
You're talking about 15 or 16.
This whole threat, is it he's like it's a metaphorical threat? I don't know what that means. What, a metaphor for what?
Wait, but which verse is it? Because you read multiple. You read 15 and you read 16, and I think you read 14. Which one is it that is a threat?
I just read 15 and 16. They're in a row. It's all part of the same threat.
Okay. So 15 is a threat?
Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will die by the sword. Yeah, that's a threat.
Yeah, that's
Is that a metaphor?
Yeah.
For what?
So if you continue reading into 16, what that means is by the children is the sin. So what it's saying is you have to end the sin before it can grow.
I see. So just to recap, hardening your heart means giving it more free will, and dashing your children means sin.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? What book are you reading? What are you talking about? What? You are a pastor.
Well, that's my belief.
The words here say something. And you're making up different words.
What do you mean? I'm making up different words.
It doesn't say sin here. It doesn't mention that. You just said it's a metaphor for sin. So when
Yeah,
God says, I'm going to dash your babies, and the metaphor is, what he really means is just the word sin.
Yeah, when it says to dash the babies, it means to crush the sin before it can grow into a bigger sin. That's what it means. It's not literally.
So when he says he's stirring up the Medes, like he's getting a people group together against them who have no regard for silver, do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. And Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the splendor and pride of the Chaldeans, will be like Sodom and Gomorrah when God overthrew them. He's joking.
The Sodom and Gomorrah, that is also a metaphor, sir.
So God didn't really say any of this.
No, he did say that. But we're talking about the action.
He didn't really do any of this.
Correct.
Oh, let's look that up. That's interesting. Okay, so and by the way, the problem is the threat. Remember I said that this is a threat? So whether or not he's really going to do it, it's the threat. Threatening someone that you're going to dash their children in front of their eyes and rape their wives, whether you do it or not, is fucked up.
Well, in my opinion, the Jewish people, they falsely interpreted that text because God, he was speaking metaphorically, which is how he speaks most of the time in the Bible.
All right, let's see here. Okay, and then in history, the Medes took Babylon in 539 BC. So that actually happened, yeah. Cool. Okay. So wait, you're saying that people misinterpreted God or Isaiah? Yes. Isaiah misinterpreted God. Okay.
No.
I agree with you that God didn't really say this. No, you're saying he did say, he didn't mean this. Is that what you're saying? Is God perfect?
The Jews misinterpreted Isaiah.
Isaiah wrote it. You said God said it. Now you're changing that? Did God say this?
God said it, but Isaiah was the messenger who gave it to the Jews.
Did God really say these words?
Correct.
Okay, then those words are mean to say. I don't care what anyone interpreted now. If these are the words he said, we don't have to interpret it. We can look at it and say, these words suck, right? If anyone said that to you, I would say they suck.
Yeah, but when the Bible says it's better to lose a hand than to sin, this is a metaphor. You got to understand it as a metaphor.
Oh, okay. So it's actually fine to sin, but it feels kind of bad too.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
In the New Testament, it says, better for you to lose a hand than to sin. Now, they didn't actually lose a hand, but they're just saying...
Right, but see, he's saying not having a hand would be a bummer, but sinning is more of a bummer. He's not saying, if you sin, I'm going to cut your hand off. If he said that, it would be a threat. Even if it's a metaphor, it would be a threat, right?
What do you mean?
Do you not know what a threat is?
No, I know what a threat is, but I'm trying to see how you're connecting that.
Doesn't seem like it. If Jesus says, hey, it'd be better to lose a hand than to sin, is that a threat?
Against yourself.
Jesus did a threat against himself?
No, that's how it would work in your interpretation. Like when you read it, losing your own eye rather than to sin, it will be a threat against yourself. I feel like it'd be
better to lose a hand than continue this conversation. What are you talking about? Are you a genuine dunce? I'm not trying to be mean, but what? You know what a threat? Do you know what a threat is?
Can I just make clear what I'm saying so there's no
Do
confusion?
you know what a threat is?
Yeah.
If Jesus says, hey, it'd be better to lose a hand than to sin, is that a threat? Yes or no?
No, but it doesn't have
Right.
to do with the metaphor.
I agree. That's not a threat. If Jesus said, if you sin, I'm going to cut your hand off. Now is it a threat?
Yeah.
Okay. What if it's a metaphor? Is it still a threat? Would it still be threatening?
How? How can that be if it's a metaphor?
Because we don't know it's a metaphor when someone says that. When he says those words, it's scary. To scare someone like that is the problem with a threat is that they're scary, and scaring people like that is scary. It's mean, right? That's why threats are bad.
You're scared?
Yes. That's like the main problem with a threat.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's just a metaphor. Like it's not really it's not really a real event that happened.
It did. The Medes took over Babylon. Historically, it did happen.
But it says that the Medes did that?
Yeah.
Where does it say that?
I looked it up. Let's get a source. Let's look up a historical source here. Maybe it's not true. Maybe it's all just a empty threat. Maybe it's just an empty threat. All right, the Nabonidus Chronicle is a contemporary Babylonian annal that records the fall of Babylon to the Medes. There's also the Cyrus Cylinder, which is an official Achaemenid inscription celebrating Cyrus's conquest of Babylon. Cyrus was the king at the time. Key evidence for the Persian takeover. The Persians are the Medes. They worked together on this. We have the Herodotus, which is classical Greek history, which gives a narrative of Cyrus's capture of Babylon by the Medes. And we have other modern summaries and reference works that all agree with this, including Encyclopedia Britannica. So yeah, it happened.
So you believe that God was behind that, right? Since you believe that happened? Is that what you're trying to say? Because it doesn't necessarily mean that God was behind that.
Yeah, look, I don't believe in the Bible either. I'm with you. This is all make believe. They obviously this happened in history, and then later they wrote and said, God said this was going to happen in Isaiah's dream. They wrote about it like it happened 10 years before, but it was actually like 100 years later. I'm with you. The Bible's false. I agree on that part. I'm an atheist.
I never said that.
I'm all about that. Here's an interesting one. Let's see what this one says here. Let's read. I should just look this up on my computer. We got a super chat with a Bible verse. Now I don't know how old this is, but Chris Bacon sent in this one that says, "Oh, this is just the Bible verse where the bears eat the kid." Yeah, and I should put this one. There's all the bears maul the 42 kids. I should put that one in the lips. I don't know why I don't have it in there. Thanks, Chris, for the reminder. I'll remind myself that. Yeah, that's a good one. But you think that's just a metaphor, right?
Which verse is that?
Where the bears eat those kids. You know about that one.
Do you have the verse? So I would like to look it up.
Find it on your. Just look up "bears eat kids." We'll spare us. We'll spare us another has clearly never read any of it, and as soon as you read it, he's so certain it's not true, but believes it. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? We had some other guests, but when I loaded them, they unloaded. It is a metaphor. It is fake. It is fiction. It was written later. He's right. That's why we don't believe in it. I think the thing for me that's weird is that people are like, yeah, none of this is true, but I believe it. Right? God, that's a funny way of saying it. Yeah, I don't think the Bible's true. I just believe it. That's all. Okay. I love the idea of like, someone like does a like death threat on the president. Well, what's this? What's happening here? Some sort of race car? Oh, no, it was a red carpet. I thought it was I don't know why I thought there was a race car. It might be bedtime. And then they're in court, and it's like, hey, why did you tell the president you were gonna rape him? I guess that's not a death threat. But then you're like, Your Honor, it was a metaphor. A metaphor for what? For what I was gonna do to him. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. It was just a metaphor for what he was gonna do to these people. If you guys don't follow God of Logic, make sure you do. We had a good chat in there. Was that 2 nights ago or last night? I think it was last night. That guy with the spanking thing was really funny. That was last night. You can hop up if you want for a little bit, Brandon. But I think I might have run out of guests here. I also just realized I used to work with a Brendan and a Brandon, and I don't know if you do the E or the A. Was that rude of me? This isn't you. Do you do the E or the A? Bra? Are you a bra or bra? Bra.
You talking
or
to me?
Brondon. It feels rude. Mr. Dave is saying I don't have a grounding for my morality. Why didn't you talk about that? We should have just said that. You should have said, yeah, this all happened, but it's good. Hey, Saucy, what's your age and religion?
40, Christian.
And what is even Christianity is?
I mean, I think you know what it is, right? Like, you're not like asking for like, it's like a religious belief. In
your
opinion,
Christ.
It's a religious belief.
So far, every guest has said something different.
Oh, gotcha. Jesus Christ, unalive 2,000 years ago and rose from the dead. It's pretty much the basics of it. God is triune. Believe in him.
Christianity is Jesus Christ 2,000 years ago came back to life, and you just you believe that. It's just about believing that.
And that's a big part of it. Yeah.
What else?
Believe in Christ. That he is your substitute for your sin. And believe in, put your faith in him. I think that's pretty much the gist of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. I think I was kind of curious though. What grounds?
Yeah.
What grounds your morality?
I don't have a grounded morality.
So you don't. There's no. I'm assuming you're a moral subjectivist.
Yeah. But I don't know. Like, I don't know what you mean by ground it. Like what do you mean? Like grounding it? What does that mean?
Like what makes it true?
Is that what grounding means? Yeah. I don't know. I guess like my morality is my own, so I make it true.
Okay. And if someone has a different set of morality, you would never be able to say they're objectively wrong.
Right.
So
unless
you'll see
actually
any
that's not
potential
true.
issues that
no,
pop
that's
up
not
with that?
true. Unless you could prove objective morality, then I could do that. Absolutely, yeah.
Can I ask you?
That would be cool. But if but as a subjectivist, no, I can't say it's
Do you
objective. That'd be
believe
dumb
in
to say.
any?
That'd be like crazy to be like, hey, that's something I don't believe in. Like that wouldn't make sense.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I think so. But
Let's
can
try
I
it.
just ask you a couple questions? I bet you
Sure.
will
Let me do
probably.
one. Let me do one first.
Go ahead.
If my uncle used to throw me down the stairs, is that objectively wrong?
If he just took you and just chucked you, an innocent kid, down the stairs, it seems like it'd be wrong. Yeah.
It seems like it. But what
Yeah.
if God told him to? Then would it still be wrong?
Yeah, I'd say it's wrong. I wouldn't do it.
Okay, so even if God says to do it, but what grounds your morals?
I think that morals are grounded in God.
So if he says to do it, is it still good?
Yeah, I would say no. I don't. If your uncle saying that God told him to chuck
No,
him.
if God really told him to, if God actually told him to,
Oh, then I would say it's probably wrong. Yeah. So I think
God would have
to a
commanded a bad
different
thing.
God. Yeah. So do you think that
Saucy,
logic?
you're not understanding the
Yeah,
question.
I'm saying I would say that that's not moral.
So God isn't the standard of morality then. Okay, so you can't say it's objectively wrong because you're just using what you would
Yeah,
say.
I am
not
saying,
what you're not using your
I
grounding.
am saying
you're using your
chucking
personal.
a kid down the stairs is objectively wrong.
Yeah, but God said it was
Not
good.
just your preference.
Sorry, God said it was good. So your preference is going against God's in this scenario.
Yeah, I would say the moral realism that we see and feel and intuit would say chucking a kid, an innocent boy, down the stairs.
You're just
is
using
wrong.
feeling that we feel. That's subjective. That's not objective.
I
Our
mean,
intuition is subjective. It's not objective.
I mean, sort of. I mean, if we all
So you're
intuit
grounding in
similar
subjectivity. Yeah,
things,
that's what I'm. So we have the same problem because, like you said, you can't say it's objectively wrong. Just your intuition leads you to think it's wrong. So you're using your subjective thing. I wish we could say, yeah, it's objectively wrong. He did
Okay.
that, but we can't do that
Can
because
I-
neither of us believe in it.
can I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah.
Do you think that the laws of logic are always true?
The three of them.
Sure. Yeah, let's go with the law of, let's just do a simple one, the law of non-contradiction.
Yeah, I think.
Is it always true?
Seems like it.
If you were to go
that
to
seems
like,
that seems pretty objective to me. Yeah.
okay, if you were to go to like a village 5,000 years ago and they would say, their logicians say that things can contradict, would you say they're objectively wrong?
Yeah, probably.
Is
I'd be
there
like,
any,
look, here they can't.
is there any scenario in which the law of non-contradiction could be violated? Any possible hypothetical world?
I can't think of one.
Now I'm going to ask you with another, just switch out that proposition, the law of
I
non-contradiction.
don't know. Why do we pivot away from
Do you,
morality?
no, I'm getting ready to go right back to it.
Oh,
Do you think that the proposition raping a child for fun is always wrong is true or false? Like subjectively.
subjectively? Yeah, I think that's wrong.
Is there any society, culture, time period in which raping a child for fun is not always wrong?
I don't know. Are there any that liked it?
Oh, I'm sure there's tons.
Yeah, so
The world that
sometimes they
Jesus
thought it
grew
was
up
good.
in. Yeah, I'm asking you, do you think it's subjectively wrong, even 2,000 years ago, to rape a child for fun?
From my subjective?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was wrong of them to do that.
So, okay, so is there any possible world, hypothetical, any circumstance in which raping a child for pure fun is not wrong to you?
I can't think of any.
Okay, so just like you thought the laws of logic were objectively true despite any culture, time period, and you just swapped out the proposition with raping a child for fun is wrong always and forever, why wouldn't you just call yourself a moral objectivist?
Because people can disagree with me.
Yeah, people can disagree with the laws of logic. That you just said the laws of non-contradiction are always true, right?
So you think I'm right?
Yeah, I do. I'm a moral realist.
I also can't think of a scenario where believing in God would be good.
Okay. Well,
So does that mean that you think it's objectively good
that's
to
what.
not
Do you know what
believe in God?
objective? Do you know what objective means?
You think that it's objectively good?
Yeah. Do you know what objective means?
stance independent.
Okay, well, you just said that the law of non-contradiction is stance independent, and I asked you the exact same chain of questions about
Yeah,
the
because
raping of a
the
child for
law of
fun,
contradiction
said that
the
there is
law of
no
non-contradiction
scenario.
isn't my stance.
So you don't agree with it?
No, it's just a truth.
I agree.
The
Just like
morality
you
one
came
is a
to it being
stance.
true subjectively, the law of non-contradiction is how you know it's true, right?
So you think that people's disagreement on morality is what makes it objective?
No, I'm saying your own logic. You just said that you agree
No.
and
I
you
see.
believe in
Okay.
objective morality.
Yeah. So objective logic, I don't think is my stance. I
You
don't
don't
see how
believe in
that.
objective logic.
I don't think how that, like, whether I believe it or not doesn't make it true or not.
I mean, I totally agree.
But whether I think rape is fun, sorry, let me finish. Whether I think rape is fun does depend on if I think that's true or not.
I know.
That
I'm
is
saying
that's
the same way.
So it's kind of like a category error that you're doing.
Nope, it's not. I just swapped out the proposition. The law of non-contradiction cannot be violated, which you agreed. Just swap it out. Raping a child for fun is wrong. You said the exact same logic.
You can't just swap a thing out and it means the same thing, though.
And in
You can swap
proposition-
anything out. Okay, in that case, do you agree that the law of non-contradiction is always true?
Yes.
Do you agree that raping kids is fun?
Do I think that raping a child is fun? No.
Yeah. Oh, so you don't believe in the law of logic. You said yes to one and no to the other. Once you swap it out, the meaning changes. We're talking about a different thing
do
now.
the exact same question again.
Do you see how we're talking about a different thing now?
I'm going to see if you can pick up the difference. Go ahead and ask the question again.
You said no. So you don't
Ask the
believe
question
in
again.
either of them anymore.
So when you say, hey, is there ever a scenario in which this proposition is false? You're saying it's objectively true.
What I said is I can't think of one.
Okay, when you can't think of any scenario in which this proposition is true, what do you think you call that?
That's I would call that the fallacy of incredulity.
Okay. All right.
Just because you can't think of it doesn't mean there isn't one.
Okay, well, so you're saying
you're
literally saying, okay, you're literally saying that there is a circumstance in which raping a child for fun could be okay.
And you're subjectively.
Okay, well, what do you think you call it when you can't think of the law of non-contradiction being
It's
violated?
me thinking
what do you
of it
think you
means
call
it's
it when you
subjective.
can't think of that proposition being violated?
The proposition? What's the proposition?
Raping a child for fun is always wrong to you, just like the law of non-contradiction cannot be violated.
Yeah, the to you part is the part I agree with. That to you part is what makes it subjective.
Do you think the law of non-contradiction to you?
Oh, you
can be
think my
violated?
subjective opinion is objectively?
Yes, I'm
like,
saying that is the definition.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
How do you
It is
think we know stuff?
Sorry, Saucy, I
How do
agree.
you think we know stuff
Saucy,
subjectively?
I'm conceding. I misunderstood what you're doing.
Cool.
I
I'm glad you're a moral
100% agree. It is objectively true that I subjectively am against.
Okay, so you believe in objective morality. That is the definition of
No,
objective
it's
morality.
true that I believe in.
Well, I don't
subjective
understand
morality.
why atheists are so scared to just admit they believe in objective morality. That is the definition you just gave.
Some of them do.
Okay, why don't you? You just said you believe in that
Because
proposition.
what you
as being
described
always true.
was my stance, my opinion.
If you were to type in, I subjectively think raping a child for fun is always wrong, despite the culture, the time period, anything at all. What would you call that? It's objective morality. So why don't you just admit that you're objective realist?
Because
You're a
it's
moral
the
realist.
I think part at the beginning.
Well, I think that the law of non-contradiction can't be violated. Do you think I'm right?
You think that? That's
Yes,
your opinion?
I
agree. I agree with that
think
too.
that it's objectively true because there's not a scenario in which the law of non-contradiction can be violated.
You can't think of it.
That's what makes it necessarily true.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, use the same exact logic and apply other principles to it. If you can't think of any scenario in which it can't be true, you're objectively believing it's true.
So objectively believing it is like a weird thing to do it. The thing with logic, the thing with logic is that you can like put it out on paper and show it, right? With the raping kids one, it's like I that's what I feel. That's my intuition. That's what I think. I can't like show you the math of it.
Show me the math that the law of non-contradiction is always true.
Yeah, P does not equal not P.
Okay,
That's
show
the law of
me
non-contradiction.
the math.
It's written out.
There's no way to prove that contradictions cannot exist. You have to have a formal logical system.
What?
You have to believe it based on reason.
What?
There isn't like a scientific experiment and mathematical formula that shows the law of non-contradiction is necessary. You have to believe it.
So you just
based
have
on
faith
reason.
logic works.
Yes, that's essentially what it is.
Okay. So it's subjective.
I subjectively.
I think what you did is
we're
you
both-
found out
we-
that
we both
that
are
we're that
subjectively
everything is
experiencing the
subjective
world.
and there is no objective known truth. Rather
Do you-
than,
okay.
rather than proving that I believe in objective morals, you found that we all believe subjectively that
how do
logic
you-
is
yeah,
true.
everything we
interesting.
think, everything we experience is our
Yeah.
subjective experience.
I
right?
agree with that. Yeah, that's why I didn't. That's why I said I don't ground
So,
my
and
morals.
we subjectively can use reason, right?
Is God real or something? Like, what are we doing?
Do you think
What
we
do
can
you
use our
want? Just
subjective?
tell me what you want me to say.
I want you to be rational.
Morality is
Do
objective.
you thi- all right, so you
Saucy,
do believe
morality is
morality.
objective, yeah.
Okay, well, so
Yeah.
what grounds it? What
Do you have
makes it
anything
true?
else?
What makes it true?
It's God or something? Jesus?
I mean, you can. There's moral realists that don't believe in God. So tell me, where do you ground your morality in?
Why do you care?
Well, you just said that there is no grounds for morality, and now you're saying there are.
Why do
I'm
you
curious what
care?
makes you think it's true.
Why?
Because you say these things, but you don't actually think through what they're actually implying.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh, morality
convinced
is
by what you're
subjective.
saying. So what's the?
And then you
want me
just
to,
admitted
you want me
it
to
is-
be
It is
wrong?
objective in your mind.
That's because I'm trying to like move on. This is so fucking boring. I don't know what you're
It's-
talking
it
about,
is
and I don't know
boring to
why
hear
it
you
matters.
Contradict yourself.
Why does it
enjoy
matter?
Hey,
I enjoy
quick.
hearing you contradict
Hey,
yourself.
real
Okay,
quick,
great, Saucy. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. This is the third panel that I've been on that you talk about raping children. I have a video of you on my
Oh,
page.
God of Logic. What's
I
up,
have,
man?
yeah, hey, buddy.
He
I
accused
have
me of being a
video- I have
pedophile for thinking
video- I
that
have
raping a child is
video on my page of you talking about raping children, and then I saw you on another panel saying the exact same thing. So
Do you know what-
maybe- I don't know, like
means,
you,
God of Logic?
you don't believe in objective morality because you said 2,000 years ago things were different in society. So that's not what objective morality is. You have a subjective.
Hey, God of Logic. Do you think 2,000
he
years ago,
thinks he's
the society? Do you think 2,000 years ago, the Roman society thought raping a child was okay?
It doesn't matter what people thought.
Do you think? Do you
100%.
think that 2,000 years ago it was okay? It's a culture said it was okay to rape a child.
No.
Yep. Just go to Google and type in, did the Romans think raping a child was okay?
That
So,
what do you think? What do you
Saucy,
think that Google search is going to
hold
say?
on, I have a question. Is this what Christianity is?
Before you do a red herring, God of Logic, what do you think it's going to say?
Saucy, we know
You
that
could- okay,
people
you wanna just move on,
Saucy,
'cause you know God of
yeah,
Logic is
I would
wrong.
love to move
Smart.
on. We
Smart.
all know
Be
that
smart.
people in history have liked doing that, and other people have not liked doing that.
Yeah, but you think they're
Some people
subjectively
today
wrong.
like doing that.
I think they're
some people
objectively wrong
Okay, awesome. Why do you think that?
because I think every human being has moral worth and value.
Okay, so you ground your morality in like logic or something?
I mean, I think you can get there through logic. Yeah, that's
Okay,
why
cool.
most philosophers who aren't theists believe.
So
in
you
moral
didn't come
realism.
up to talk about God or religion. You want to talk about morality?
I mean, I think to me, morality is
we
grounded
do a
in
whole
God
thing
makes a
on
lot
we
more
do a whole
sense.
thing on Mondays. That's Moral Mondays, where we just get into the philosophy of logic and morality and stuff. But we're doing
Okay,
Bible
well, if
stuff
you
today.
if you agree that morals exist, which you just admitted to, then do you
I've
think
never
that you
said morals
followed-
don't
You
exist.
just
What
said
are you talking about?
So I just said morals do exist. That's what you just agreed
I've been
to. right?
saying that since the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm saying that do you think you followed every moral, virtue that there is?
Do you want to come talk about this on Monday?
Do you think
is
that
this
you've been
just about
perfect?
morals, or are you going to talk about Bible?
Do you think you've been perfect?
This is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, he's exhausting, and I'm telling you, for someone on here like talking about like raping children consistently,
It's
like
a
I've heard him
lot.
on 3 different panels. That's the only thing he talks about and the only thing he thinks about. It's weird.
Look, I understand. Like, it's a good like thing to point out as like, there's no way you're going to say this is okay, right? Like, it's a good like thing to use as like in philosophy. Sometimes you have to like find these edges and stuff. I get that. Hold on a second. Whatever your name is, but like, I don't understand the thing of like, it's so important to me that you say that you're objective and also that we disagree with each other. I don't know. Like, what does that have to do with what Christianity is? Christianity is arguing with people about stuff that they're not asking about.
And why can't we have our own moral code? Like Christians are so scared of someone having their own individual moral code because they think we have to be like a collective mind or something and have everyone has to think the exact same thing. Like you said earlier, we can ask Christians the same question, 100 Christians, they'll all say different answers. There's
And so
nothing
will
objective
atheists.
about what they say. Right. Right.
Yeah, and like I don't know. I mean, I just don't understand what like the point of it was. I understand that some people like have like they've been thinking these philosophical things and they want to get into this thing. There's probably good lives to talk about that on. We're specifically talking about the Bible God and the morality of Christianity, and he denied right away. He was like, if God said to do that, it would be bad. So God's not his standard. God isn't the source of good in his mind. So he's not even a Christian. So what is he talking about? Like
Yeah,
it just
that was the
didn't.
first Christian I ever heard say that if God said to do something
Yeah,
immoral, that he would deem it
it would
as
still be
immoral.
bad. Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
like, what? Great.
Yeah, I don't think he's a real Christian.
Yeah.
I think he's just an arguer. Yeah, which is fine. I get it. It's just you know, people are annoying.
Agree
I
with
think he was up here before talking about Jesus, but he wasn't like Jesus died for my sins and changed my life. It was more just like I think he had some really cool ideas kind of thing. So yeah, I think he's just a bit more of a he's just a philosophy guy, which is it's a nice time. Come back Monday and we'll talk about it, Saucy. Like we can get deep into morality, but the audience here tonight does not care about whatever you're talking about.
And
Myself included.
pick new talking points, my guy. Like it's a little creepy that you're going on social media and talking about like graping children for fun. It's kind of weird. Kind of not cool. Strange behavior, my guy. How's your night?
I'm trying to figure out like I want that to be an interesting conversation. Maybe I'm hanging on to something that's pointless here, but like I'm trying to be like, is there like something to glean from this? Do you say glean or gleam? Is it with an M? It might be gleam.
I think it's
Glaze.
glaze.
Yeah,
Right.
it might
Yeah.
be glaze. I'm just trying to figure out like maybe there's something that's like oh yeah, here's how we can objectively ground morality. That's great. But it didn't seem like it worked because here's everyone disagreeing on the way I've said it before is like we know for sure subjective morality exists. That's true, right? That people have different opinions about what's moral and what isn't. What we need to find is that there is an objective that's outside of our stances that we can prove somehow. So to say that like I have my opinion of what's objectively moral versus you have your opinion of what's objectively moral shows it's not objective. Right? If it's depending on our opinions. So maybe I'm confused about what he was talking about. Maybe Saucy Nugs is just way over my head and a smart guy and tied me up. But I couldn't stand him not answering any more questions and just going on and on about something no one cares about. Edg, welcome in. What's your age and religion? Edgy. Are you edging?
Sorry.
That's like a cool, like new Bart Simpson prank phone call name.
No, sorry about that.
Seymour Butts.
Yeah, it's like one of those like.
Sorry, your question was what?
What's your age and religion?
Man, we consider myself a Christian. Age is I'm probably older than Methuselah.
Ah, yes, the classic young Methuselah, 17 years old, which means you're 18, at least old enough to be here. Maybe I'm mixing them up with Medusa.
Yeah, you are.
Medusa was the young one. All right, well, Edgy, what even is Christianity?
My understanding would be that you would be a footstep follower of the example that Jesus set while he was on earth.
Okay. So not the whole Bible, but just like a red letter texter kind of thing.
Do you mean red text or like areas in the Bible where
Yeah,
it
like
would
like
indicate
when
that
he's
Jesus was
quoted,
speaking.
Jesus actually, because there's a
Yeah,
lot of stuff in the Bible that Jesus didn't say.
right. Of course.
So just the stuff he said, but the rest of it we can kind of toss aside.
No, I don't think it. I don't think it would be tossed aside, because I mean, the Bible says about the Bible that all Scripture is beneficial for teaching, right? So I wouldn't disregard it.
The Bible?
Are you saying that?
I think
Are
we
you?
should disregard it, right?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Why
really?
would you
Why
say
not?
that?
Oh, just because it's like there of the horrors in it, all the
Well,
scary things,
like,
like when Jesus kills Ananias and Sapphira. That was pretty dark.
yeah. I'm not ever going to claim that I know every instance of the Bible that you're citing is scary. Can you name another one? Because I'm not familiar with that one, and I apologize.
That's okay. It was like after he resurrected and floated up to heaven. Later, this couple was like lying about giving a certain amount of money, and so he killed them, or sent an angel to kill them. No, he killed them. Some people think maybe Peter used Jesus' magic to kill them, but it's unclear. Either way, he made an example of them. And then later in that same book in Acts, there he kills King Herod for like a really
So,
weird
so your
crime.
understanding is that you're saying he kills King Herod. So your understanding is, see, I don't believe that Jesus and
He sent an angel to
God are
do
the
it. Yeah,
same
yeah, yeah.
thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't
Well,
believe that.
I mean, the Bible
I mean,
says that.
no, because yeah, I don't believe that like the Trinity per se. I
Uh,
don't personally.
the verse I read like pretty much every live now is in Jude. You know the book of Jude.
Sure.
It says you'll love
Give me a
this.
second. Give me a second to plug in because I think my phone's gonna die. Hold on.
Do you know this one, Brandon?
Hold on. I need a second.
Is this
It's
the one
with
that
the. Did you said it was with the U? Is it Brundon?
it's Brundon? You're correct. Yeah. Is this the one that the Beatles wrote? Hey, is it like Hey Jude?
No. That's in John.
Oh,
Or
that's in John.
maybe Paul did that one. This is Jude.
Oh, not Ringo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did that joke before with someone asked me where I get my morality from. And I was like, believe it or not, a lot of it comes from Paul. You know, and John, but not Ringo so much, but a little bit of George. And they
Right.
fucking loved it. They fucking ate it up.
Right.
All right, so here's the book of Jude. It says, "Now I desire to remind you, once and for all, that Jesus saved a people out of the land of Egypt." Now, who saved the people out of the land of Egypt?
Yeah,
Moses
I don't think
and
Jesus. I don't think Jesus did.
yeah, but that's what it's. I'm just reading it. That's what it says.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
that's what I'm talking about. This is one of the instances where you said it doesn't say this, but here's where it says this.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
There's one more sentence that says, "And afterward he destroyed those who did not believe." So that's the thing where Jesus destroyed a bunch of people, and I think that we probably shouldn't, use that as some teaching example.
I just don't think that it like it's consistent
Yeah, totally.
that people claim that Jesus is God, not God the Almighty. I mean,
No, just in this verse here.
Yeah.
And in Romans, yeah.
And what does it say in Romans?
Just that you say with your mouth that Jesus is Lord. Lord is they're talking about.
Yeah, but
he's
say with your
God,
mouth
yeah.
that Jesus is Lord. Lord is a title.
Yeah, it's the title they use for God in the Bible. Did you know that? When they say Lord, they're talking about God.
Well, I mean, it's a title. It's not.
What do you think he is, Lord of the Dance?
Lord is what, Savior? Is that what that means?
No, it means like you're in charge.
You guys, well, okay. So all of us, you know, if you believe, I mean, I guess one way to look at it is we're all in subjection to somebody, right? So Jesus was in subjection to his Father. We are in subjection to Christ, right? I mean, so, you know, Jesus.
He's like the second to last boss.
Right.
He's like
Well, okay, Jesus.
he's
Okay,
like
everything. Okay, but
who is the king boss of the Ninja Turtles? Crane?
I
And
don't
he's
know.
like Jesus is like Shredder.
No, yeah. So
so
this is a very interesting conversation in that
You knew a lot of Ninja Turtles, right?
I watched Ninja Turtles, sure, and I like pizza too, but
who was
that's not.
who was your favorite Ninja Turtle?
I don't know, the guy who likes pizza.
That's all of them.
Splinter.
Yep.
Krang with an R. Yeah, that's what it is. Kane. What did I say? Did I say Kane?
But
Just Crane. It's Krang with a G. Yeah.
I thought it was
And he was
Craig.
he was like this brain that lived inside of a big guy's stomach.
There's a couple of
fucking drugs they did. Yeah.
There's a couple of reasons I don't believe that. Like, you know, the Bible mentions Satan as a god. It mentions that Jesus is a god, but it doesn't say that. It only says that there's only one Almighty God, which is God the Father.
Yeah, I think it's all made up. What do you guys think?
Wait, what's all made up?
God.
Oh, okay. Well,
fairy tale. Have you read your Bible, Edging?
Sure.
Are you a Christian?
Sure.
Huh.
Why? Because I don't believe that Jesus is God the Almighty.
No, you just don't believe the verses in the book that you subscribe to.
Like?
Do you think Jesus? Let me ask you this way: do you think Jesus existed before Mary birthed him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Jesus and God the Father, during any time during the Old Testament, disagreed on anything?
No. Do I think they disagreed on anything? I don't think they disagreed on anything. I mean, I see you gasping, but why are you gasping? Why do you say that they disagreed?
Because of all the bad stuff that Yahweh did in the Old Testament.
How do you know they disagreed?
I don't. I'm with you. I think you're right. I think Jesus is a piece of shit. Yeah. I think you're spot on. God of logic. What do you think the worst thing is in the Old Testament?
Oh, there's so many. There's so many things.
You know a bunch of them.
I think the one I just don't like it stands out is the cutting toddler boys in half. I'm not a huge fan of that.
There's multiple of those.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think that there's a lot of things that are, there's a lot of things that I guess there's a lot of death and bloodshed. But, I mean, it basically comes down to obedience or disobedience to God. And when
poisoning someone doesn't leave very much blood unless they barf blood up. But if you don't barf blood up,
I thought that's where you were going. But we're talking about death.
Well, no, God poisoned someone in the Old Testament too.
Context, example, like who, why,
Yeah, but like whatever someone does, having them murdered for it isn't appropriate. I don't think. That's my opinion.
Yeah, but it comes down to like obedience or disobedience to God. And at that time, God had a chosen people, right? The nation of Israel. And basically, when anyone went against them because they were his chosen people, he protected them.
But that's what I always talk about is like, so God tells the Hebrews all the rules. He doesn't tell the Amalekites. He doesn't tell the Canaanites. He doesn't tell the Amorites or any of the other groups the rules. He doesn't give them their
because they were not his
Moses.
chosen people, right?
Right. So they aren't disobeying. They don't know the
No.
rules. How can you disobey if you don't know the rules? They're jerks, but they don't know that they're jerks.
Yeah, at the time, man, but at the time that was God's arrangement, right? That was his arrangement. And but he didn't hold back from punishing even his own people when basically they disobeyed him. They didn't fare well. And when they did, they
We
did.
agree. Yeah, we agree with you. We think God's a jerk to everybody. We don't think that even his chosen favorite people, we still think he's an asshole to them too. That doesn't prove your claim. It kind of helps our side, saying that God is just a horrible, immoral being.
I mean, to me,
he's too strict.
There's an issue.
Calm
There's
down,
an issue.
dog.
Okay, but wait, guys. There's two major issues that
Start
exist.
with one of them and then do the second one.
First issue is a question of, or the issue of sovereignty. Does God have the right to decide for us what is right and wrong?
No.
Okay, so
Next
you
one.
can say that, right? But the fact that that's the issue raised in the Bible doesn't change with you saying no to it. That's the issue that Satan raised, right? Because he told, right, God in the Garden of Eden put the tree in the middle of the garden, and basically gave them direction that they couldn't eat from the fruit of that tree. Satan told them.
Sorry, just before you get into the Garden of Eden mythology, I think just to pinpoint this,
but that's the issue raised,
when we
right?
go to who can decide what's right and wrong, and then one guy is commanding genocide, we would go, not that guy. That's not the right guy to look for, right?
You're saying that God doesn't have the right to decide for you what is right or wrong because genocide exists. Because genocide exists in the Bible.
Because he commands it. Yeah,
But
I think
why?
that's when we go
it's not
there's
just a blanket.
That's not okay.
But you got to know the why. Why does he command it? Does it matter why?
No.
It doesn't matter why.
I can explain why it doesn't matter. If I told you that I had someone locked in my basement, would your first response be, "Hey,
let's put him in charge of morality"?
Right. You're now in charge of all moral agency. No, or would you ask the context of that?
What did they do?
Yeah, what'd they do
to
wrong?
deserve that?
You would just say, "Hey, I don't even need to know the context. You shouldn't lock someone in your basement." Brandon. Shouldn't do it.
That's a really good point. I think that's a good point. Yeah, I think that let's say, Ed, for a second, that the reason that he commanded genocide was for the good reason that there is to command genocide. What would that reason be?
Well, I think what I said before, it's obedience or not to him, and at that time the law of Moses, right? Or yeah. What do you mean?
I'm saying, you're saying, well, the reason he commanded genocide and it's still good is because there's this really good reason that it was worth doing genocide on infants for. And what was that? What was that reason again? What is it that someone can do to deserve infanticide?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So basically, the question is why?
I don't know what it is.
Your question is, why does God kill children? That's what you're saying.
Well, there's got to be a good reason, right? What is it, do you think? Because if we can't think of
it's
one...
a consequence of obedience or disobedience. Yeah, granted, children died. No doubt about it.
Terrible.
No, I mean,
Oh, not terrible. Good.
Yeah, fantastic. What did children do to deserve to be killed? What did they do specifically?
Were they bank robbers or?
Did they hide the remote? Like
There probably weren't bank robbers. There probably weren't bank robbers since there were
My
no
kids
banks back
sneeze
then.
on the remote. That's their move.
yeah, that's unacceptable.
What?
I'm might put them to death.
Yeah.
What they're one sneeze away from. I guess at some point they're not infanticide. When does it just become? What is there a different side for each age? Like I guess it'd be homicide at that point.
Right. Yeah, good question. I don't know.
Tween-acide.
that doesn't sound right at all. That doesn't
Yeah.
sound right.
It'd be tween-acide.
But what? Yeah, what did the toddlers do to deserve being sliced in half? I want to get to that. Like, I'm so confused. You keep talking about like they're being punished for their sin. What was the sin that they did?
Well, a child. I mean, we all have inherited sin, but I mean, a child is not practicing sin, right?
Yeah.
A child is not doing that. I
Well,
mean,
it's getting a little late, so let's get a few more perspectives in here.
Sure.
I'll let you guys all know that there's not a lot of, and you can hang out, Edge, of course. I was a big fan of your wrestling moves.
My wrestling
back in
moves?
the day. Yeah, are you not the Edge from like WWE?
well, my wrestling skills
Or
are
F or
greatly
whatever?
diminished. Yeah,
Yeah. Now, well,
my
yeah,
wrestling
you're out of
skills are
shape now, but you used to be
diminished,
great.
Yeah,
So for
I
everyone
hate
else,
to
look, it's
brag.
nearing the end of the show, and so the music might start to come in a little bit. Don't worry about it. I'll try and keep it as quiet as I can, as long as I can. Sigma, Soul and Spirit, and Liam, what are your ages and religions?
Hello. I'm a Christian and you're a snowflake and you're running away from a debate, but that's fine.
That's interesting. Let's
And I'm
go.
43
He just
years
stole my
old.
fucking thunder.
Well, Sigma,
He stole
why
my
don't you-
thunder.
Why don't you insult
Yeah,
me too,
no, don't.
Sigma?
No. That guy just insulted you. I'm not going to insult you. That is not
Well,
why
insult
I
him then.
asked to join.
A snowflake is an insult. I could really insult you, but I mean, if you're
Let's
weak,
hear it.
no, I'm not
That's
going to do
not
that.
why I
I'm just
joined,
a little poking,
I
a
don't
little
think he
fun.
can. I don't think he can. And then Soul and Spirit and Jail Rock, what are your ages and religions?
25 and non-denomination. I don't have
Yeah,
a
me
religion.
too. Yeah, same. Yeah, I'm not even religious. All right, well, there's one other person who wants to join in. Okay, so we're talking about what is Christianity. I'm going to open up the panel here. Let me you guys go ahead and start taking away. I'm going to just make an adjustment here.
We just got dumped in with like 6 other people, so
You can start it off, Brody. Whatever you got to say.
I want to start out, if I'm in the middle here, if that's okay. I'm listening to the host, who's obviously non-denominational. I'm not going to take any stance. I'm just going to debunk Christianity. And he has a
That is a
homosexual on his panel who ran away, God of Logic, who obviously
That's
is
true.
living a life of sin, as far as the
Wow.
Bible says. So we could start there. How about we start there?
Yeah, let's start with some bigotry.
Wait,
Does anyone
who's
agree with
running
this?
the
Bigotry, because I'm speaking the truth. Okay, bigotry.
Who's
awesome.
running the show?
Liam.
It's Liam, brother.
Liam, you came out guns blazing, eh?
No, I don't have time. I don't have time.
Can you guys explain to this guy why that's so bigoted?
Actually, if the days were not shortened, no flesh would be saved. So I don't have time to play games with you guys. If you want to
guys,
do that,
Liam's in a hurry. He doesn't have time for this. You got to go faster. Start.
I know that the
talking.
music is going to start.
You better
you know.
move on to the next one then, I guess.
Go ahead, get off your chest. Other than
Bye, Liam.
him being gay, why and that being in the Bible?
Yeah, why is that being in the Bible?
Which really is in the Bible. In the original text of the Bible, it says, "Man shall not love boy." You can't mess with kids. Nothing about loving.
Wait a
nothing
second.
about-
Let's since we're talking about the God of logic, is it logical
Hey, that guy ran away. He's not
that
here
HIV
We shouldn't
that's
talk about God or
HIV
logic.
Is HIV more prevalent with men? Is that logical? Is that logical, or am I lying there?
I don't think that you made a
You just-
logical statement.
That's-
No,
that's-
it's
there's
it's
nothing-
Are we
nothing
supposed
logical
to
about that
protect
whatsoever.
ourselves?
Bigotry?
Are we supposed to protect ourselves with contraceptives so we don't get extremely sick?
How is that supposed to be logical?
Is that logical?
How is that logical?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm being a
How is
bigot.
what you're saying?
I'm being a bigot. I'm sorry.
Anything logical to a conversation.
Liam, do you have
This
HIV?
is not contributing to a.
I'm sorry.
This is not
No,
contributing
wait a
to a
minute.
logical conversation.
Rock,
this is not
Rock,
logical.
Hang on, dude. Rock was asking me a question. He
It's
was
not
like,
logical.
"Oh, that's not the original text
It's
said
not
it was
logical.
between men and boys."
You're
No,
coming
dude.
in and
Homosexuality
talking
is
to
between
people
a man and a
about
man. I don't
logicality,
care
but
what
you're
age it is.
This is crazy.
This is crazy,
Yeah,
man. This is
shut-
funny.
Kick this guy
Homosexuality
out.
between a
Let's
man
talk
and a
about
man,
something
I
real.
think, is
Let's-
true. I think
let's
that's
have
true.
some decent
Do you
conversation.
think that
around
some
here.
some babies are
You
men?
invited me to the conversation.
Look at how triggered you guys are.
want to-
Stop it,
Nah,
everyone.
but look,
Stop
but
it.
the
Stop
thing is-
talking over
You
each
want to
other.
listen to
Yeah,
this guy
tell him what to
talk
do,
about
guys.
homosexuality? This
You're
is
worried
ridiculous.
about somebody being gay, but in the Bible, the God that you praise and you worship.
Do not let this guy
Could-
dominate your stream.
condone
He's
slavery.
wasting your
I'm trying to
time.
mute
I'm not
him.
even
Hold on.
speaking.
Condoned
turning him off.
slavery, condoned killing kids, raping
Mezzo
women.
got raptured. He's gone.
Who is this rock guy that's just like jumping into nothing? What are you talking about?
Liam?
I'm jumping into nothing. You literally brought up a God that tells you that a man loving another man is wrong, but then you wanna ignore that he's.
Wait a second,
he
Rock.
condones
Rock, wait a second.
slavery,
Is this
Stop
condones
right there.
Christianity?
So loving another man is not a
Remember,
This is
problem.
what Christianity
Listen,
is?
hooking up with them and penetrating them from the rear end is the
Liam, we're
problem.
getting an echo from you. Let me mute you for a second.
So is having unmarital sex. So you probably sin
I'm
too,
not
my dog. What are
condoning
you
that
talking about?
either. You freaking hypocrite. What are you talking about?
Guys, like, this is quite embarrassing for the body of Christ, you know, that we're sitting here and we're like, oh, okay, great. I think that is for peace, for
This
peace
is
sake.
not the body of Christ.
Is, yeah, it's
What
quite-
this guy is saying
explain
is not the
what
body
it
of
is.
Christ. So you need to ignore that.
I'm still
guy.
getting the echo.
Mezzo, hello.
He
Thank you for
he
hosting
knows
this, dude.
nothing about Jesus.
Wow. Your harsh word.
He knows nothing of the love of Jesus.
Yeah, it doesn't
I'll
have like
start with that.
entering a debate or like a conversation and just resorting to like labeling and calling people names.
Yeah, fuck that
Start
guy.
with your
That guy was an asshole.
Look, yeah, I'm listening to y'all.
If
Man,
you-
I'm only 25.
You want
years
to talk
old.
about Christianity, but this guy wants to talk about homosexuals and stuff.
Yeah,
This is not a
I'm open to
conversation.
y'all tell me
Let's talk
more
about
about
Christianity.
Jesus and what I know
Left
of
of
Jesus.
Christ. It's just fun chat.
Like, y'all open up with something like I want to learn for real.
You want to talk about what it is to be a Christian?
No, I don't want the Bible.
That's
I
the
don't,
topic of the conversation, right? What is
the
it
Bible
to be a
was
Christian?
written
What is
by
Christianity?
men. From my standpoint, the Bible was written
Hold
by
on.
men.
Who's running this conversation right now?
This
Yeah.
Where's
J-Rock.
the-
This
where's the
J-Rock
host?
actually-
Bible's a way of life, dude. It's not for everybody.
No. I'm just the topic of the conversation is what is Christianity, right?
Yeah, let me know.
Yeah.
It's a way of
Okay, let's
life.
talk about. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we're discussing what is it that defines a Christian, or what it is to be a Christian, or what is Christianity, right?
Right.
Okay, how hard is it to define that? What is this fucking music? I can't hear anything.
It's the host music. You about to shut
I
down.
can't hear shit now. I can't hear anybody because it's fucking music.
Mezzo got raptured. Yeah, I think a Christian is someone who's put their faith in Jesus Christ, and accepted him as their Lord and Savior.
Well, the
and then
Bible
that,
says that a Christian is a follower of Jesus.
right, but then
That's what
to
the
be a
Bible
follower,
says.
you have to place your faith in him, right?
No, the Bible doesn't say that. Don't make what a Christian or a follower of Jesus is something the Bible doesn't say.
What about
The Bible does not say that you put your faith in Jesus.
what about Thomas's
No, I have a
confession?
It
question.
says that you are a follower of Jesus. That
All of
you
y'all are
walk with
Christians
him.
right here, right? Like all three of y'all
Yes,
talking
sir.
to Christians.
Yeah.
All right. So, do y'all believe in the Trinity, or do y'all believe Jesus is the Son of God, or is he? Or
It
they're all
doesn't
one?
matter. It doesn't matter.
No, Sigma, I disagree there. It does matter.
You can disagree, but it doesn't matter.
Because if you base it off the Old Testament, then it does matter. That means Jesus was with God making all those rational and unmoral decisions to wipe out cities, kill kids, condone rape within women. So that's why, like, if Jesus is separate from God and is the Son of God, he came after all of this. Then I could see and try to listen more.
Sir, if you want to bring the Old Testament into what it is to be a follower of Jesus, you are wrong.
But
you need to delete the Old Testament.
But
No,
if it's a Trinity, he's a part of the Old Testament.
Dude.
You need to look, man. If you believe in the Word of God and that Jesus is the Word of God, then you need to delete the Old Testament. Just ignore
But
it.
if it's a Trinity,
If you
he's
want
a part of
if
the Old
you want to
Testament.
be a follower
You need
of
to
Jesus,
follow the Bible no matter what.
No.
Yes.
No. No, that is not what it is to be a Christian. A Christian has nothing to do with the Bible.
It has everything to do with Christ.
Yes, Christ. Not the Bible.
But
We're
look,
all hung up
are
on
you
the Bible.
understanding what I'm asking you? Like, I'm
Christ
asking you.
is the Bible.
If
Negative.
Jesus
No, you're wrong.
is a part
Christ
of the Trinity,
is the Word.
if
Christ
Jesus
the
is a
Word.
part of the Trinity, they all were there from the very beginning. So the Old Testament still has to do with Jesus. But if you believe
Okay, but
Jesus
you're trying to argue
is the
some
Son
point
of
that
God,
Jesus was. Look, your point is mute. We're not talking about what you're talking about with the Old Testament shit. We're talking about Jesus.
Jay,
and the New
Jay, can I
Testament
try and answer your
and being a
question?
follower of
Is
Christ.
that okay?
I'm waiting for somebody to answer.
And he built the fabric of the mountain.
You know what? I honestly can't even hear anything you guys are talking about because the music is 10 times louder than you guys.
Jay, can I answer your question? Or,
Yeah,
like,
go
talk
ahead,
about
brother.
it?
I'm listening.
All right, you guys have a good night.
Cheers. I think the Gospel of John starts it very clearly.
Yes,
Like
now.
in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning.
I like the music in there. It's nice.
So definitely the New Testament authors definitely equated Jesus to God. That Jesus was God. I look at Thomas's confession, my Lord and my God, when he realized who stood in front of him. And like in the Gospel of John further, you've got Jesus 7 times referring to himself as I am, whether it's I am the vine or I am the true bread, I am the way, the truth, and the life. 7 times, which is a biblical number. And the word I
those
am.
late night Christian talk shows on the radio.
Sorry?
But it sounds like one of those late night Christian talk shows on the radio.
With the music.
Like where you just hear,
Yeah.
barely
So,
hear.
like you're saying, like in multiple scriptures, it says that it's kind of connecting God and Jesus is one. But then when Jesus came, I forgot the prophet. He had 4 disciples, and when Jesus came up to him as he was baptizing people, they heard God's voice say, "This is my son." And what was his name?
Yeah, it's Jesus getting baptized by John the Baptist.
Yes,
and then
yes,
the
yes.
dove descends from heaven, and then
Did
there's a
it
voice
the
that
live
says,
end?
No, it's still here.
I think we turned it off.
Oh, okay, cool.
We're off. It's off on YouTube.
All right, I think so.
Was it supposed to be off on YouTube?
For this.
Rock in. He was from some state. We didn't get his state. Thanks, J Rock, for calling in.
I'm trying to get it. I'm having an OBS issue, I think.
No, Jesus was not splashed by John.
I think
He
it's
was
off.
baptized by him, like
Yeah,
fully
baptized. Yeah,
submerged.
he was baptized by John,
You guys,
and his
I think it's
disciples
over. You don't
heard.
have to. So the thing's over.
Oh, all right.
Oh no, like Mezzo, if that's fine. Like we're just Jay and I are talking. Just you asked the question.
Well, I
This is
just
not
mean
a debate.
like you don't have to like. No one else can see it now. It's okay. Like you
Oh,
don't have
that's
to
fine.
like worry about the audience or.
Oh,
Like
thank you
can
so much.
Speak more freely.
Cool. No, I'll call in again. Hey, this is cool.
Yeah, everyone else is gone now. They don't think they can hear it because I turned the
Anyway,
live
guys,
off.
follow the Bible, follow Christ. He'll lead you the way.
No, I'm saying you don't have to do that now. They're gone.
Leave everybody else by the wayside. You know.
They already these guys already do that. And
Yeah,
I'm not
most of them
going.
already
I'm
do
not
that.
going to. I'm an atheist.
Oh
I'm
well.
still learning. Like
Just
I'm right now.
being
I'm leaning more
atheist
towards
Mezzo right now.
of
You're what?
atheist, but I'm
You might be
listening
Christian Mezzo before it's over with. You never know.
It is
So,
already
Jay,
over with. That's what I'm saying. It ended. I hit end, so you're just talking to these guys now.
Yeah, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Sentient, can you try to keep the music down?
Sweet girl.
Sentient doesn't know they're up here.
Yeah. Hey, yo, John. Like, but what you about to say? Like, I asked a question about John the Baptist. He was baptizing
Yes,
Jesus,
yes.
and then his 4 disciples heard God say that this is my son, kind of like referring to him
This
as
is my
his
son with whom I am well pleased. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds like what you're grappling with is the Trinity, right? Like it sounds
Yeah.
like you're wrestling with how can Jesus be God, but also the Son of God, and how can they? Is that right? Is that a fair representation?
Yeah, it's more like I respect what Jesus stands for, but if Jesus is really a part of the Trinity, then the Old Testament does have to do it. Like it coincides with Jesus, because a lot of people try to say forget the Old Testament when it comes to Jesus, but if Jesus was a part of the Trinity, then the Old Testament resides with him too, because he is God, and he was there making those decisions with God.
May
in the
I
Holy Spirit.
interject with an idea here?
Go ahead.
That fucking music again. I can't hear anything now. So my point is,
Got another caller.
Jesus is the Word of God from the beginning. In the beginning was the Word.
Mm-hmm.
And the Word was Jesus. So if you can accept that, then yes, Jesus was with God in the beginning. Now I can't hear anything again. Now you
We got Stigma back here again, ladies and gentlemen. He's
Hey,
explaining.
look, hopefully I
All right,
will
I'm
y'all
out.
again, and we can get more
I
into
can't
this.
hear
Don't let him jam out. Hey, thank you for having us on, Mezzo. Have a good night, brother.
Thanks, J Rock, for visiting. Thanks for calling in. He's from Georgia. Shout out to Georgia out there, J Rock. Thanks for calling in. This is Christian Radio Late Night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Don't live in fright. Jesus got the victory on the cross, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. Thanks for hosting this. Wish you all the best.
Just let the slow jam and the faith in Christ take you away. Well, have a good night, buddy.
goes down. Let's let that ride. We got a minute and 53 seconds on the timer, y'all. We'll let new go down. We'll bring up somebody else new to come up and play in the game with us. Shout out to everybody in the building hanging out with us tonight. Y'all appreciate y'all being up in the building hanging out.